Call the Finance Committee meeting to, at 6:45. Chair would entertain a motion for the approval of claims.
Your Honor, I move that the claims be paid in the amount of $1,547,319.16. Manual checks in the amount of $261,896.42. Payroll and liabilities for 7/26/2024 in the amount of $516,428.87 for a total of $2,325,644.45.
Do I have a second?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Is there any thing we want to bring up on that you've seen, that you've been over it?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we have anything, Maya, from your side?
Your Honor, no, everything is complete in the packet.
Very good. Finance Committee meeting adjourned.
I now call the August 6th, 2024 regular meeting of the Riverton City Council to order at 7:03 p.m. I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, after which Councilmember Bailey, if you can give us the invocation. If everyone could please rise and get rid of your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our dearest Heavenly Father, thank you for the many blessings that we enjoy. Thank you for the ability to live here in this wonderful city of Riverton in the state of Wyoming and enjoy all the things that we have. Please bless us in all that we do tonight as we will make good decisions for the city of Riverton. Please help us to bring the things that are the best for the community and the citizens of this town and bring them to fruition. Please pour out your blessings upon all of the police, emergency responders that serve and protect us every day. Please help all the people here to travel home safely, and we ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
All right, thank you, everyone. The Administrative Services Director, Mrs. Harris, if you could please conduct the roll call.
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Dean Peranto.
Here.
Councilmember Lindsey Cox. Councilmember Mike Bailey.
Here.
Councilmember Carla Borders.
Here.
Councilmember Kyle Larson.
Here.
And Councilmember Christy Salisbury.
Chair would entertain a motion to excuse Councilwoman Cox from tonight's meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Pronto, second by Councilwoman Borders. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I declare a quorum. Chair would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilwoman Borders with the second. Any discussion, amendments, additions, subtractions, divisions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Introduction and oath of office, Community Service Officer, Police Chief's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. A little over a year ago, the police department applied for a federal grant to fund, and we were awarded 2 positions specifically for our community service officer program. This program was implemented to help alleviate the number of calls that are on our regular sworn officers, and it gives us a chance to help train new recruits, let them take care of some of the lower priority calls that would routinely be done by sworn officers. It alleviates those calls so that sworn officers can handle the more dangerous calls that we have here in town. Last few months ago, we swore in our first community service officer, and tonight the second position is going to be filled. Our new community service officer was born and raised here in Riverton. He graduated here from Riverton High in 2022. I'm sure many of you have seen him through town. He's worked at a local car dealership, a couple of stores, and also operates one of the tow services in town. And he enjoys his free time with his family, loves to go fishing and anything that has to do with the outdoors. And at this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Kendall Kramer and family to please come forward.
All right, Kendall, I'll meet you down there. All right, we're gonna put this here. I'm gonna put that here. If I mumble or whatever, you can look at it and get the answers. You raise your right hand. After I say aye, I'm gonna have you repeat your name, so I'm just gonna say aye. You'll say your name. Got it? All right.
I, Kendall Kramer,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming,
that I have not knowingly violated
that I have not knowingly violated
any law related to my election
any law related to my election
or appointment,
or appointment,
or caused it to be done by others,
or caused it to be done by others,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, you gotta sign this, and then it's my, you can tell us, Chief. You go
Thank
ahead.
you. It's tradition to have 5 members help pin the badge on a new member. So tonight, we're joined with Kendall's mother, Jody, and his fiancee, Hannah, that will help pin his new badge on him.
And if the other members of the Kramer family want to come up, just so we can have you all take a picture together with them here in front of the dais. There we go. Perfect. The officers are going to leave. I see how it is.
Get a camera out and they run.
Future recruits, yippee.
See everybody's face. Are you smiling? Still smiling? Smiling a lot? Has got a new job? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No, you did great. Thank you. Welcome aboard. So in case you couldn't tell, CSO Kendall, I guess, because we tend to call CSO Jeff. I don't know, that's what I've always called him, not CSO Manning, I suppose. CSO Kendall he's one of 5 boys in his family, and I already tried to convince the other ones to join the police department. Most of them are too young, and the other one is in Rock Springs, and I don't know, that's maybe a conversation with Rock Springs. So, anyway, good family, and I certainly appreciate CSO Kendall being here. All right, next, for those who are familiar with it, every year we have in Riverton and Fremont County the Rendezvous City Beef Roundup. This is a pretty innovative event that we have every year. You may be familiar with different competitions people have for, I don't know, what else do we need? Beer, wine, cheese, anything like that. This event was really the brainchild of a couple of members of our community, Tyler McCann, and has a lot of work put into it. Well, I know, I'm saying a lot of work put into it by the Cars and others who have helped a lot over the years. And so we have a proclamation. If you remember last year, they wanted to rename the city of Riverton Moo Rocco for a day, and we said, let's do it. We didn't change any of the signs. It was more symbolic than anything, but it was fun. So this year we have another proclamation almost as good. So I will read this and then sign it. Whereas the Rendezvous City Beef Roundup is designed to bring beef producers and consumers together to celebrate beef, to educate the public on the benefits and sustainability of beef production. And whereas this one-of-a-kind event is hosted to bring awareness and access for consumers to local beef and to create new markets for producers. They offer educational classes to consumers in the subjects of economic development and environmental benefits, and teach preparation and pairing and other pertinent topics. And whereas the Roundup will provide education to producers on the newest industry practices and technology to improve their direct-to-consumer beef businesses, And whereas the Rendezvous City Beef Roundup has partnered with Central Wyoming College and has garnered international accolades for its promotion of beef producers nationwide. And whereas the 5th annual Rendezvous City Beef Roundup will be held on Saturday, August 24th in Riverton, Wyoming, at the Central Wyoming College Ag and Equine Complex. Now therefore, I, Tim Hancock, I'm going to take some liberties. By virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Riverton, hereby recognize the work of the Rendezvous City Beef Roundup, and hereby proclaim that on August 24th, 2024, the city of Riverton, Wyoming will be renamed Riverton, the most carnivore-friendly city in the world. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Riverton to be affixed this 6th day of August in the year of our Lord 2024. I have signed that, and Mr. McCann, if you want to come up and add anything to what I've kind of said about your event, please do.
Here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we just thank everyone for their support, and it is truly an international
Wyoming
event
Brown.
this year. We have guests
Appreciate it.
from Australia, Canada, Hawaii. They're all flying in to either be celebrity judges or meet the celebrity judges that we have. And this year we'll also have an international film crew that's filming a 3-year documentary that's about to air. And so we will make it in as part of their documentary. So we'll continue to draw people here. We got a great note from a person in Hawaii that they said we'd always wanted to come and see the Tetons and Yellowstone National Park, but we never could quite leave the island until you added steak to the deal. So we're hoping to increase our tourism as much as we can and appreciate everyone's support.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I've enjoyed it the years that I've been able to go. I will give everyone a warning. If you would like to go, get your tickets now. If you wait until the day of, like some of us did last year, you will not be able to attend. I'm not going to say who those people were. It was me. So anyway, if you would like to attend, please make sure you get your tickets. I will say things are a little bit different this year in terms of the way that you're running the general admissions. Could you maybe tell folks about that?
Yeah, general admission is free. We have over 50 vendors. They're all either 100% Wyoming-based businesses or 100% beef-based businesses. We have live music, and you as the general public can vote on what is the best food truck in Wyoming. So there'll be a lot of food, a lot of fun, and definitely some education throughout the whole day.
And most of the food will be beef.
It's all beef-based, yes.
Sounds good. All right, well, thank you. Appreciate it, Tyler. All right, moving right along, council committee reports and council members roundtable. Councilman Pronto, why don't you start us off tonight?
Certainly, Your Honor. Last night, we had the Fremont County School District 25 Rec Board meeting, and we just did regular business, paid bills, but our current WyoStar balance is $448,746.84. And we also have a checkbook balance of $165,130.53. But that's still, we haven't paid out everything that had been provided in grants. So we're transferring money out of the WyoStar into checking to make those up as we need to. That way we can try to benefit from keeping as much of a balance in there as possible. We also try to keep that WyoStar balance below 500,000 and try to diversify that as we've talked about in the past. And with that, that's the only meeting I've attended since our last city council meeting.
Thank you. And are you still doing beautification funds this year?
We are, and no one has stepped up and done those yet. So the Fremont County School District 25 Rec Board does have some beautification funds for Riverton that you can apply for. So
I was actually talking about the possibility of that being used towards paint, maybe that could go to some of the different buildings downtown or different things like
yeah,
that.
it would have to be issued to a group or organization. I think we've had, Boy Scouts in the past or Little League or various groups step up with a project like that, and that is fundable.
Great. Well, good. Just was curious, and I think that's been a common complaint. Not a lot of people have stepped up for the beautification funds.
Yeah, we did spend some on I think we put some sod in at one of the fields. And I mean, we've done some of those types of things that are a part of the field, not in the field, but outside of the field area to kind of make that a little bit better.
Great.
So we have had a few, but we still have some funds available.
And you have a new treasurer.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Well.
Our previous president stepped down, moved out of town.
Right.
And we actually postponed the vote on seating a new president last night because most of our members were out of town.
Okay.
So we wanted to provide as much of a opportunity for everybody to have a say instead of making the decision for them.
Good. Well, thank you for that report, and sorry to grill you a
Thank
little.
you. Appreciate the interjection.
Councilmember Larson.
I have nothing, Your Honor. Haven't attended a meeting. We've got the solid waste coming up on 2 Mondays from now, but that's about all I've had. Oh, one thing though, the parking lot downtown is in need of volunteers to pick up and clean. And I'm unsure of the date that they're gonna test to that.
August 17th. Yes. Oh, good. I'm glad I was right. Yes, August 17th. I know the downtowners were getting together to pick up and clean up. I also know, is that the same day that Rotary is doing a community cleanup?
Yes.
So that's going to be a pretty busy day for making the community look better. So we've got some competition, unless you're working together. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe the Kiwanis Club is helping, the Downtowners, the Rotary Club, several other clubs. They've picked this day as a day of service and an opportunity to put the shoulder to the wheel, so to speak, and make a difference in town.
What time are you going to be starting?
Your Honor, I'll have to follow up with you on that.
Early.
Early? 7 a.m.? Okay. Sounds good. All right, well, great. That's going to be a great event. I know that we used to have a lot of folks that would be involved with kicking trash, and I think this will be a lot of fun and a good opportunity to do some cleanup. So thank you, everybody, for getting together for that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Borders, I won't interrupt you. Just interrupted these
Is
two.
that a promise?
No.
Right.
Okay. I've had a lot of things going on, so I made a list. On Friday, the 2nd, I went to the Chamber Lunch and Learn. It was a great presentation on the half-cent tax. Learned a lot of stuff that I really didn't know, and it's a very worthwhile tax, and I really hope it passes. Earlier tonight, I went to a PAWS meeting. We're busy planning the Paws and Pearls event that's September 7th. That will be at St. Margaret's, and I believe you can purchase tickets through the website. We'll have more information forthcoming on that. I attended the Finance Committee meeting earlier, and I'll let Kyle, well, we'll talk about that here later. I did go watch the EDGE presentations, and it just amazes me the amount of people that want to step up, create a new business. It's just really neat to watch the plans come into fruition from what was just once a thought to they come up with this big, elaborate presentation, and they're pretty cool. Fremont County Fair was last week, and that was a lot of fun. A lot of people partook in that. I was really happy to see in Kyle's report that our employments passed 10,000 for July. That's a huge thing, and it's amazing that a little town like Riverton could have that many employments, but we do. And then I just wanted to mention the streets, Major and Sunset, the 2 different sections that were done, and they're amazing. And I really like driving on them now. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bailey.
Okay, thank you. Again, I attended the airport board meeting, and has been previously talked about, we passed our 10,000 mark, which, as most people know, that's, you got to have 10,000 employments, which makes us eligible for some additional federal funding to help improve the airport. Almost all of the projects up at the airport are funded, and don't hold me exactly to the percentages, but between the federal government supplies about 95%, the state 2.5%, and us 2.5%. So for every 2% we spend, we get 100% of the money, you know, generated into the community for construction projects and runway improvements and all of those kind of things. In June, we had 1,980 something employments, and actually in July, we hit 2,179, which from the chart that Kyle sent out is more than we have done since 2002, before 2002. The closest one we had was in 2021, we had 1,800, so we beat that by 300 and some people in a month, which I think is pretty amazing.
It's amazing.
Again, the more employments we have, the more flights we're gonna get, the, you know, more improvements we can make to the airport. So, I mean, it really is working out well, and people are using it, which is awesome. I've flown out of there a lot myself, and for the most part, you can fly out of Riverton for about the same price as you could fly out of Casper or Cody or Jackson for sure, and you don't have to pay for parking, and it's 5 minutes to go home when you get back, which is awesome. So they're in the middle of the master plan for the airport, which again, they are constantly looking to improve the airport, and again, that's all planned out, and again, the major majority of that money comes from federal grant funds and aviation dollars that's generated from, you know, fuel taxes and all of that kind of stuff. So a lot of neat things coming down the pike for the airport, and again, a lot of our, a percentage of our half-cent tax that we pay goes to fund that, and without that tax, it would be very, very challenging to run that airport. So it's a very expensive operation, even though the city of Riverton really just pays for the actual operation of the airport. Almost all of the facilities, the runways, all of that gets paid for by the federal and state government. So I think we get a pretty good bang for our buck. The study they did said that for the amount of money we put into the airport, which is $500,000 or $600,000 in operations, we get $20 million in economic stimulus, you know, back to the community. So I think it's a pretty good addition to Riverton and Fremont County. So again, I participated in the fair, which was awesome. Lots of neat events they had. It was obviously hot, but they had lots of things. The fair sale Saturday went really good. They sold 300 and something animals and generated a lot of money for the kids, which again gets poured right back into the community. They buy animals for next year and pays for a lot of college funds and that kind of stuff. So it's really a neat event, and again, it supports our youth and keeps them busy doing productive and amazing things. So I'm always happy to help support that. Again, like Carla and them brought up, on the 17th, which is not this coming Saturday, but Saturday after, we're having a community cleanup. Again, Rotary sort of sponsoring it. I don't remember the time either. I think it's
9.
9 o'clock?
I have it on good authority
Okay.
from a whisperer in the audience.
Okay, so again, we're gonna meet down at my business on South Federal and get organized. So if you have a group of people that wants to go out and hit an area, we'll all sort of, you know, divide up the different areas so everybody doesn't go in the same place, and there'll be coffee and donuts and all that kind of stuff. And we've got trash bags donated by YDOT, and Ace Hardware's helped us out with gloves and tools and that kind of stuff. And so we want to get out and get some trash picked up and make the community look better. So if you have a group that wants to participate, just let us know, show up that morning, or let me know ahead, and we'll make sure we get what you need to help you get that taken care of. So that's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Salisbury.
I would like to echo what Mike and Carla said about the importance of the EDGE tax EDGE program for our airport. It's so important for our community. I think just this week I booked 3 flights for family members out of Riverton, and so the EDGE funding helps with several things in our whole county, and I hope people will take the time to look at what has happened and what it's done for our communities and brought a renewed excitement to be involved and to make it a better community. I also, on July 23rd, attended my first meeting with the Wyoming Senior Citizens Corporation, and Councilman Bailey's wife, June Bailey, is the president of the nonprofit, which she does an amazing amount of work in our community, a volunteer. And I think it's a privilege that Riverton hosts the whole, it's headquartered out of Riverton for the whole state of Wyoming. And they do some amazing things I wasn't aware of prior to this meeting. But now that I'm a senior citizen myself, I'm very interested. They have the Family Caregiver Respite Program, Wyoming Home Services, Senior Companion Program, Long-Term Care, Wyoming. They help seniors with Wyoming State Health Insurance information, Senior Medicare Patrol Program, helping seniors understand navigate the process. Councilwoman Porter's mother, Jeannie Portlock, was recognized for her 9 years as a foster grandparent volunteer and recognized statewide. And it's just a really, really good organization that I'm excited to be a part of. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a few items to go through, and I'll try to be fast, as I know you have a long agenda tonight. If we haven't confused folks enough, I thought I'd clarify that the Rotary cleanup starts at 7 a.m. And I have it on good authority because there are 3 Rotarians in the room, and we all had to coordinate through eye contact, and I looked at the Facebook page. So if you would like to participate with the Rotary group, that does start at 7 a.m. at the Bailey Tire and Oil. And then it sounds like the downtowners will be at 9 o'clock. So I appreciate the chance to add more, hopefully clarification and less confusion.
Well, it just gives people more options. You can either be an early riser and do it when it's cooler, or wait until it's a little bit hotter.
Very good. As we announce upcoming meetings, I want to make the community aware that this Thursday there will be Planning Commission here in the council chambers at 5:30. This upcoming Monday, there will be a Fix Our Road Citizen Committee meeting, and that is the committee that has stewardship over the optional 1%, which is focused on infrastructure and roads. That will be at 11 o'clock here at City Hall. And then not this Friday, but a week from Friday, there will be the airport board meeting, and Mr. Eggleston informs me that that will likely be held up at Central Wyoming Regional Airport, and that is at 8 a.m. Again, that will be not this Friday, but the following. As we talk about the performance at the airport, I just want to commend our FAST team and our airport board for the work that they've put towards ensuring that Fremont County has connectivity to the National Transportation Network. And I appreciate the opportunity to underline the importance of economic development as we look at that connectivity that is made available through commercial air service. Councilman Bailey referenced that there have been studies performed about the economic impact of commercial air service, and that does bring over $20 million of direct or indirect influence of economic activity into our community. But I'd like to take that one step further. Councilman Bailey also made a reference to the AIP program, or the Airport Improvement Program, that is tied to the 10,000 employment threshold and the funds that are made available by the federal government for capital improvement projects. While that's a valuable program, and we appreciate the support of the federal government as they give us mandates, they'll, at least at the FAA, they help to pay for them. But I'd like to spin that because oftentimes when those funds become made available and those projects are let for bid, it is either one of our local contractor that performs the work or serves as a subcontractor or provides material for those projects. And they are large projects, multi-million-dollar projects. Therefore, there's another indirect economic benefit to our community in the construction industry here in Fremont County because we're utilizing Central Wyoming Regional Airport. Before I move on, I also want to just highlight that construction season is underway, and we recognize that oftentimes when a road is being worked on, that it does present an inconvenience. And we appreciate our community's patience as they are patient as our contractors work through those improvements. I personally get excited when we see road construction because that means we're getting things done in our community and we're improving our infrastructure. To that end, you will have noticed that there were several slurry seal projects that have been accomplished over the last week. Those are valuable investments into the pavement and will preserve the asphalt that we have and allow that asphalt to perform longer without requiring significant investment for a full depth reclamation or reconstruction project. It already has been mentioned that the major and college view projects are underway. You'll also see a striping project. You'll also see some concrete projects. And we want to commend our Public Works Department and also the Fix Our Roads Citizen Committee for their stewardship over those projects. Mr. Eggleston, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Thank you, Kyle. It was nice not having any underground work this year. It made the process go really fast for a change. Beginning of August and most of our major road projects are complete, so.
Don't jinx us.
No.
Before we're jinxed, I'll move on. I'm happy to report that we received word last week that the USDA awarded the City of Riverton its grant for a feasibility study as it relates to a multi-use sport or recreation facility. As a reminder, this came forward as a potential project for our community around the legislative session, specific to an ICE event center. With these funds that were awarded, then also the funds that you as a council dedicated in the fiscal year 25 budget, we'll be able to now solicit a firm to perform a feasibility study to ensure that should funds go towards an improvement like this or a facility like this, that it's sustainable and that it will stay open for the community's use. The last thing that we as staff want to propose to you as a council is a facility that is constructed and is open, but then shutters after a few years because no one thought about the operational obligation and how the community or the city would cover those costs. That's the largest question that we need to answer with this feasibility study, the long-term maintenance and cost of a facility like that. But we are excited that we received the support of the USDA, and they also see the value of performing that study. Staff has also been working with the state of Wyoming on an initiative called the State Partnership for Urban and Rural Development, or the SPUR initiative. This is a program centered on economic development and redevelopment efforts for towns throughout Wyoming. It's sponsored by the Department of Environmental Quality. What it really does is puts the EPA's Brownfields Assistance Program to good use and allows the rubber to hit the road in a more practical way. The DEQ has hired Ayers and Associates to be their consultant for the SPUR program, or the Partnership for Urban and Rural Development. Their goal is to help communities like Riverton and others to identify properties that could benefit from brownfield money. Now, these are properties that may have asbestos or paint or other contaminants. The program is 100% funded, as though meaning it's a no-match grant program. And the activities that are eligible for properties that are identified are Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental assessments. So if you're not sure, or the city's not sure and is partnering with a business entity that there are contaminants like asbestos, this program can help perform the assessment to identify that, and then develop a remediation evaluation. But it goes even further, where market studies can be performed with these funds, site rendering. So if there's a need to reimagine a space for that reinvestment and redevelopment, the SPUR initiative will assist in that regard. There will be also plans for the site deposit of any contaminants that are identified, health assessments, infrastructure evaluations, and several others. When representatives from Ayers and Associates came to town, Idea Inc., Community Development, and myself toured several properties in the town to see if there's an opportunity for us to participate, and then also to let business owners and landowners know that this program is available for them as well. Finally, I'd like to just commend our community. Really proud of what was going on tonight for the National Night Out, and appreciate the police department, the community members that participated in that, our officers, and so many other people. I was there briefly and saw representatives from the service clubs, from FCLEF, from so many others, and I know I'm missing people, but I want to say thank you for the coordination and for the opportunity to gather and celebrate. But that seems to be a theme as of late. Our community's putting on a lot of fun events. We just saw the beef roundup. We just experienced the fair. But maybe on a more personal note, excuse me. I was privileged to see our community surround one of our employees this evening as they went through and are going through some hardships. And what a testament to the many good people in our community. And there are several examples of times when I think we as neighbors see challenges or problems, and we decide that we'll do something about it. And I'm just proud to be in Riverton, and I'm proud of the people that want to make a difference. With that, excuse my emotions in that, but with that, I'll leave it to you, Mayor.
Thank you. No need to apologize. Well, if anyone wanted to go to the National Night Out, you still have 20 minutes. That's going on right now over at the fairgrounds. Not that far of a drive. I was, Rusty from WYO Today tried to get me to go and get dunked, and I didn't do that because I had this meeting. Although it was hot enough and there was enough wind, I probably could have gotten dunked and dried off just by walking to the car afterwards. But I really appreciate the police department putting that on. It's a lot of work. They put together a committee from a lot of the organizations in the community, and certainly appreciate the hard work that they've done to do that. This is the second year that we've had it as big as we have, and it's a lot of fun. And the hot dogs, I think, were cooked by our fire department, so you know they were done well. Or well done.
Well done.
But really, everybody at the police department was there. Oh my goodness, we had, I saw our officers, our dispatchers, and really the ability that gives for our community to get and rub shoulders with our police officers is great. One of the things that Kevin Shields from the radio was asking me was, you know, what does this mean for your kids? I have 6 kids, you may or may not know. Well, kids, one of them's an adult, but she's still a kid, she's 18. And my point was, you know, I walk down the street, and because I have worked for the Fremont County Attorney's Office for many years, if I see police officers, I know who they are, and I'll point them out to my kids and say, that's Officer so-and-so, and they'll be like, wow, you know all of the police officers. I'm like, well, yeah, I do, and the sheriff's deputies and the highway patrol troopers, and but they don't. And I think of a lot of our community members don't. And being able to humanize that and being able to see that our officers are human, they are doing their best every day, and being able to have that opportunity to see them and greet them and get to know them, I think is an important aspect of their job. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate that with the CSO program as well. We just swore in, of course, our new CSO, Kendall, and appreciate him being willing to serve in that capacity. Also, speaking of our police officers, I had the opportunity this last week to go to Lander for the deployment of our guardsmen unit, our 3rd battery? And 2 of the individuals who are deployed were officers from our police department. Very high-quality individuals. I've been able to get to know them over the years. It's actually funny. Taggart Harmelink, one of them, had actually been the reason why I think Ethan Borchard, who was at the National Guard, they were buddies at the National Guard, and Harmelink got Borchard to join the police department after he did. So they're both off to other adventures, and we will be praying for them and doing what we can to support them from here. And I really appreciate their community-mindedness to not only be police officers, but also to be guardsmen. And how blessed we are to have those kind of people in our community. And so I appreciate their hard work, and I appreciate them being willing to serve in the many capacities that they do. And I just, my family has been praying for them to get home safely. Not trying to just talk about the police department the whole time, but you may have read news recently about one of our officers, Officer Netha who in the course of his duties had made a patrol stop, which is such an important part of the safety of the community and being able to ensure that the laws are being followed, had stumbled across a dog that had made a very long journey from his home in Ottawa down here to Riverton, Wyoming. Not to make an international incident of it, I suppose, but kind of did. The dog had been stolen from a residence in Canada. Many months ago, had been reported stolen out of Canada and was down here in Riverton, Wyoming. And as a part of contact with this individual, Officer Netha had recovered the dog and not to get too jurisdictional, but of course we can't charge the burglary here in Riverton, Wyoming, but the Fremont County Attorney's Office has him charged right now with possession of property that was stolen property, which is just a misdemeanor. There's not much that we can do here, but he is charged, and Teddy is on his way home, I think this Thursday. So his owner has missed him and is excited to have him back, and I spoke to her on the phone just the other day. I think it was yesterday, and she had expressed just how appreciative she is of the community. They had a GoFundMe set up. People had put money towards that. She's like, I don't have $2,000 to make sure that my dog has all his vaccinations, because he's been missing for a while, make sure that he can get on a plane, make sure that he can get to Canada. And she really wanted to express her appreciation to the community. So for those folks that stepped up and helped, I really would like to tell you, it means a lot to her, and it means a lot to me, and I thank you. And I think it's just another example of how great our community is. We had I don't know if you saw him over at the National Night Out, but he looks great. He's got a fresh cut, freshly washed. He's just a good-looking, happy dog, and that's also due to services being donated by community members. And so thank you for being willing to help someone you've never met and probably never will meet. And I appreciate those who did that. I had the opportunity to attend the fair parade. I think that was one of the bigger parades that I've attended for the fair in recent years, and it was a lot of fun. The rain came at just about the perfect time. We were just about done with the parade, and it helped cool things off, so I enjoyed it, and I appreciate everybody who participated in the fair. What a great time it always is in Fremont County when we get to do that. And I certainly enjoyed looking at all the exhibits. We have some pretty cool kids that put different artwork or things together, and it's just a lot of fun. I enjoyed, for example, the 4-H exhibits. I learned more than I ever thought I would about goats. I'll leave it at that. I had the opportunity to present to Kiwanis. That was great. I was formerly a member of the Kiwanis Club here in Riverton. I was able to speak with the Kiwanis membership. They had a lot of really good questions, and appreciated that opportunity and the invite. So thank you. And our own Ms. Harris is a part of Kiwanis, and appreciate her letting me know about that opportunity. And appreciate the city staff who made me look good, because I had to kind of say what's going on in the city, and I'm like, okay, get me something that I can kind of give people a good idea of what's going on, and they were able to do it. So we have very good senior staff. I'll try to get through these faster, and I have A lot still. Well, a couple. I had an opportunity to go to the grand opening of Sweetwater Jade downtown. It was a really good opportunity. Would encourage you to stop by there. I had a very unique opportunity to participate in Hot Notes Cool Nights. If you're familiar with the concerts in the park that they do every year, over the summer, they will have the community band from CWC will get together. They'll practice for about an hour and a half pieces and then play them. And so it's kind of harder, but it's fun. They're not like very difficult pieces. I'm percussion, so it's not that difficult for me. But it was a lot of fun, and I had the chance to MC and play back with the percussionist. And so I was kind of bouncing back and forth, and it was a ton of fun. So I would encourage next year when they do that, attend. They also usually will have a band afterwards, and they had the last one yesterday over in Shoshone. So they're done for the year, but catch it next year. The Rendezvous Balloon Rally, it's been a while since our last meeting, but that was since the last one. It was a lot of fun. We had a great turnout. We did not get to do the glow like we always hope, but we did get to do Candlestick, and that was great. I was just sitting there thinking, it'd be a lot of fun if the band started playing so that the folks that are running the propane tanks, for the balloons could kind of do it in rhythm. That would be great. And the band started playing so they could do that. And so that was a ton of fun. I didn't even have to say anything. But they did that, and it was great. And we had a lot of good people that came here from all over. We had, for the first time, a balloonist from Belgium with Nellie, Princess Nellie. And so that was a great opportunity. Last thing to report is have an FCAG meeting tomorrow. We just had an FCAG meeting recently, and one of the things that we had discussed was the MOU. I was able to attend the commissioners' meeting today. We had discussed this a couple of meetings ago in terms of discussing the proposed change to the MOU that determines how funds will be dispersed from the half-cent sales tax. And there had been a proposal to change that so that there would be more going towards the airport because of the increase in the MRG, more going towards WRTA because of different increases and different, let me back up. Transportation. Thank you, Mr. Nichols. He just gave me a quick tilt of the head, not directly to WRTA, towards transportation in the county. Keeping me on track, even from way back there. And then there would be a percentage that would also be going towards ambulance services. We had met, let's see, when did we vote on this, Mr. Butterfield?
I was just looking up that date. I'll get it to you.
Okay, well, anyway, we met a little bit ago. Our Riverton City Council had expressed approval of it. We voted on it.
I'm sorry.
We said
July 2nd is
July 2nd, so about a month ago. So I went in there kind of ready to sign it, but some of the discussion that we had had subsequent was we didn't really want to have this turn into a fight with FCAG. The last official action that we had on it, though, however, was to sign the MOU. And so I guess seeking a little bit of clarification from the council, I felt like the direction was, fine, we voted to sign it, but when it comes down to saying, we're going to enforce it and say everybody in the FCAG needs to follow it and contribute to this extent, I didn't feel like that was the consensus of the council. So the last official action we have is to sign it. That's my intention tomorrow. But in terms of where that's going to go from here with FCAG making the decisions they will in terms of ensuring that the member entities are going to follow it, that sort of thing, that's going to be kind of FCAG's business, I think. Any great difficulty with that?
Nope, that's what we discussed.
Okay. Well, that's what we have tomorrow is the meeting to decide that. Yes, Mr. Nichols, did you want to add something? Oh, not tomorrow. Yeah, I know. I'm out of town tomorrow, so tomorrow doesn't exist in my mind. I'm going to go watch Hamilton with my daughter. I'm going to go to Salt Lake. So it's kind of like a non-business day. Thank you. Thursday. Appreciate it. So we're going to have that meeting on Thursday. We'll get that sorted out. I guess just to some of my viewpoint, I suppose, on FCAG, I want to make sure that our community isn't confused about the role of FCAG. FCAG is a joint powers board. I think some people think, well, FCAG is above the county and it's above all of the communities within the county. But that's not how it works. We have a representative from the county. We have a representative from each of the different cities and towns in Fremont County, but it's not by any means over the county. It's meant to be a collaborative organization where we get together, we discuss ideas, we come up with ways to improve our communities. So I know sometimes people say, well, you know, FCAG, this is this supreme governing body. It's not. It's a joint powers board. It's an organization meant to get together to make changes. And I say that just because I think there's been a little bit of confusion. I think today we talked with the commissioners and there was some concern about FCAG trying to get too big for its britches. And that's okay. I understand the concern, but really it's meant to be something where it works for us, not us working for it. And so I guess just wanted to clarify that for our community.
Your Honor.
Yes,
Who
sir.
created that as an organization? Was that started by the county, or how did that come about?
You know, interestingly enough, it really sprang out of, and it's a unique organization around the state too, just because of the way Fremont County is. It started as basically mayors getting together for breakfast and kind of discussing and cussing and discussing, maybe would be a good way to put it. Mayor Warpness, does that sound about right? Yeah, cussing and discussing. And from there kind of sprang towards, well, let's make things more official and make it an organization that can operate and has people sent to actually represent their organizations. It's taken on WRTA. It's taken on, help me with the new acronym, Independence Alliance. Yeah, I knew you're a member of it. The Fremont Independence Alliance of Fremont County. Yes, IAFC?
Sitting back.
Doug's there, yeah. Yeah. So it's taken on those different duties, and I think that really helps a lot, and just trying to do what we can to support the entities.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. All right, well, here we are about an hour in. We had a lot of things to talk about, and we still have a lot of business, so I apologize if I took too long. Next up is communication from the floor, citizens' comments, individuals that wanted to speak about anything that's on the agenda that is, for example, set for a public hearing, so that would be our ordinances, that kind of thing. You're definitely welcome to speak during those public hearings. If there's something else that's on the agenda that you'd like to chime in on while we're discussing it, feel free to come up and you can see if we could get you recognized and give you an opportunity to speak on it. In either event, I'd ask if you are going to speak either now or at a later point, that you would come up, you'd tell us your name. If you're with an organization, tell us the organization that you're with. I'd ask you to keep your comments to 5 minutes for individuals, for 10 minutes if you're a member of an organization, kind of split it up between the different organization members, just so we can get things moving along. Generally speaking, I would also ask that you address all comments and questions to me. This is kind of a formality with formal meetings that we address any questions or comments to the chair. Refrain from using individuals' names. If you're going to be speaking during a time that something is up for discussion, I'd ask you to keep your comments on that discussion. And I'd ask you to refrain from making comments of a personal nature regarding individuals. So, anybody that wishes to speak, you're welcome to come up now, or we can try to recognize you later.
Lady in blue sweater back there.
Jerry? Are you saying them?
No.
Oh, did you wish to speak? You can come on up. Oh, you're welcome to.
Mayor and Council, my name is Julie Buller, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. I just had a question for Dean. So that grant that you said for the beautification?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an application period for that?
There is. It's in January, and it's usually about the middle of January. I
Okay.
can make sure that you're aware of that.
Okay.
But we also meet on the first Monday of the month. So if you have some ideas, you can certainly come to those meetings and present those ideas.
Okay.
As long as we have funding left over, we can oftentimes entertain those
Okay.
mid.
Is there a cap on those beautification funds?
There is, and I think we still have $10,000.
Okay,
It might be a little less than that.
Okay.
But it's
perfect. Thank you.
it's in that ballpark.
Thank you. My name's Julie Buller, and I'm with the Riverton Chamber and Visitor Center, and I just want to come and give you guys an update, trying to do that regularly because we have so much going on with the chamber that we want to make sure we keep you informed. So July 18th, we had our after hours, and that was at the, with Brunton and Cafaro. There were two of the primary co-sponsors on that. And the unique thing with these networking events, you guys, is we're trying to connect the dots within the community. And at that event, Brunton found out that Cafaro actually makes a product that they can use within their business. And so that was pretty exciting news to have there. At these after hours, we've had May, June, July now. We've had 50 to 60 people at these after hours events. So they are definitely doing what we hoped that they would do. And as the mayor pointed out, July 26th, we did a ribbon cutting and grand opening for Sweetwater Jade. So if you haven't stopped in there, stop in. We just keep having new businesses coming into town and opening up. It's great. August 2nd, we just had our lunch and learn, as Carla pointed out, and we had we had about 36 in attendance there. And the topic, as she said, was the 0.5% economic development sales tax, presentations by the PAC and by Wind River Transit Authority, and we had a lot of good interaction from the community there. So we were very pleased with that. August 8th, myself from the chamber and I believe Tracy from the Downtowners is going to join, and we're meeting with the RHS coaches, and the parents will be there. And the purpose of that meeting is to invite them and to share our interest and desire to collaborate with the school and support all of the kids' activities and events that are going on, the homecomings, et cetera, and all of those things, and have the restaurants ready and prepared for their big sporting events when they come to town. So we will be sharing those calendars of events, working very closely with Reggie Miller at the school and getting that information out to all of our businesses in town. And then what we'll be doing is inviting them to our after hours on August 15th, which we hope all of you will come and everybody in the audience will come to. This meet and greet is going to be up at the Roasted Bean up on their patio. And the hope there is that we'll have as many businesses and community people as we can there. And then the coaches and the students will be there. And that will be coaches as far as academic and sports. And it'll be a meet and greet, and the kids will get to talk a little bit, and the coaches. So please come to August 15th, 5 to 7 p.m. up at Roasted Bean. And then August 13th, we've got another ribbon cutting coming up and grand opening, and that's for Bridget Bunker with Farm Bureau. So come join us for that. That's 111 North 1st Street. That's the old chamber building right across from A.D. Martin. And then a couple other things that we've got going on. As we've been out here doing our new memberships, we have formed partnerships as well. And so the chamber has partnered with CWC and Bootstrap Collaborative, and we've been working on a plan that we can work on towards economic growth. And so what we've done is we put together 7 seminars, which will be September through March. And what this will be is grant writing. So the college has a lot of expertise up there with grant writing. So between their staff up there and the Bootstrap Collaborative folks, we will be offering 7 seminars, and those will be September through March. And those will be for the beginner grant writer, to the intermediate grant writer, and to the experienced grant writer. And so we're hoping that those will have some impact for our nonprofits and our businesses here. And stay tuned for that, because more information is coming. We're just now working on that and putting that all together, figuring out our dates and the presentations and what we're going to do with that. So there will be more information coming on that. Just a couple things in working with the school, who is a big partner and of the chamber. They start school on August 20th, and the booster, the RHS booster, or excuse me, the kids will be out promoting RHS booster memberships. The date has not been finalized yet. They'll give us that date on August 8th when we meet with them, but Reggie was thinking that's going to be around mid-August, that they'll be coming out and doing what they call their rush, their town rush, where they come out and try to get all the businesses in town to be not chamber members, booster members. So keep an eye out for that, and please support those kids when they come out. And be prepared, the homecoming parade and homecoming is September 13th, so get that on your calendars. And I think lastly, I wanted to thank, I'm looking over here at Brian, but I want to thank Dan Adcock and his team, because they have been out just nonstop working on the weeds around town, the paths and everywhere else, and getting on top of the goat heads. And those kids out there, they're kids, they're young. He's got a really young crew that's out there. And they always let me take their pictures so I can post them and share out there. But anyhow, yep, as Kyle said, there's just lots of exciting, fun things going on in this community. Lots to be excited about, lots to be, energized about. So we're excited about the chamber and what it's doing. We're doing radio talks. We're getting calls from people saying that they appreciate everything we're doing and wanting to join up and be members. So we're going to keep rolling with this. Oh, my time's up. So the mayor... Time limit. I'm done. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
Take the hook.
Anyone else that was wanting to speak?
Good evening, Your Honor and esteemed council. My name is Sally Henderson, and I'm a very experienced grant writer and proposal writer for Fortune 500 companies. I'm here today because I heard that the wording for the ordinance for the parking lot is in the works, and I'm very, very happy about that because my car has been vandalized 6 times since May, and I invited many people to come with me tonight, but I'm the only one that came. So many people are having car vandalism problems in the parking lot. I think it's not ordinary. It's off the charts. So anything you can do to help, that would be great. I've been circulating, after all the vandalism, I started circulating an idea paper. I see many opportunities for funding as a grant writer. And I call the paper, We're Moving from Urban Blight to Urban Bright. And I've had some very nice conversations with the downtowners and Jerry and Tracy and Miss Karen and others, who we all seem to be on the same page. So anything I'm saying, I'm in support of, whatever they're doing. And I just wanted to meet you and let you know that the problem is terrible. And anybody who needs help, if you want to sit down and have a coffee or something, I'm happy to hear what your priorities are. I know there are multiple stakeholders in this, and I think if we have the right kind of process where everyone has input, we can come up with a grant that really meets a lot of needs for multi-year. So feel free to call on me. If anybody would like my information, just meet me, after the meeting. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
For listening. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. Anyone else? All right. Administrative Services Director, Mrs. Harris, would you please read the consent agenda items by title only?
Yes, Your Honor. Approval of the minutes, July 16th, 2024, regular council meeting. Approval of the minutes, July 16th, 2024, executive session. Approval of the minutes, August 6th, 2024, Finance Committee meeting. Approval of the Finance Committee recommendations, August 6th, 2024. Approval of the municipal court report for the month of July, 2024. Open container permit application for Inberg Miller Engineers, company picnic at J.C. Park, August 18th, 2024, from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Old High School addition replat, and Nevin Estates plat vacation.
Thank you. Are there any items requiring further discussion?
Your Honor, Finance Committee met earlier this evening at 6:45. Consideration of claims to be paid in the amount of $1,547,319.16. Manual checks in the amount of $261,896.42. Payroll and liabilities for July 26th in the amount of $516,428.87 for a total amount of $2,325,644.45.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Borders with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. Any discussion?
Your Honor, I'll abstain from any warrants paid to traveling computers in Wyonet.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'll abstain from any Bailey Enterprises line items on the Finance Committee report.
Okay. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Evolve, diversify, and grow our economy funding recommendations. Administrative Services Director's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lots of discussion regarding 0.5% tonight. The EDGE Committee is charged with reviewing and evaluating economic development applications for funding using the 0.5% tax as approved by the voters and making funding recommendations to the City Council. The committee opened up the round of funding applications this year, and it ran from June 1st to June 30th. During this period, the staff received applications from 9 entities, totaling $858,066. Their estimated project costs were $1.8 million. The committee heard their presentations on July 11th and met the following week to make funding recommendations. Included in this report is a spreadsheet providing the application information, project description, funding request, project totals, and recommended funding. The applications are included in their entirety, and the committee recommends the following entities for EDGE funding. Pertec Industries, recommended amount $131,790. Liberty Torch Services, recommended amount $20,000. The Stock Dock PC, recommended amount $37,500. Help for Health Hospice, recommended amount $37,639. Core Nutritionals, with a recommended amount of $10,000. And Shannon Watts Art and Design, for an amount of $65,763. Total funding recommendations to you this evening are $302,692. The staff has not conducted work towards the verification of the submitted applications or claims made by the applicants or the feasibility of the proposed projects. Additional information will be requested at the direction of the council. Funding will be allocated from the half-cent for economic development funding depending on the specifics of the individual agreements. The available balance of monies available for distribution as of June 30th was $349,208. The council may choose to fund the applicants as desired in so long as the applications for funding meet the parameters of the law and the ballot language. As a reminder, the approved ballot language defines economic development as any project that retains or increases employment and or results in a net gain of money into the community. Our total projects that we have paid to date are listed out on the city's website under the 0.5% economic development tax. And it does outline the applicants, the project's name, the project name, and the costs and the amounts that are funded by the city. We do have several representatives of the EDGE Committee in the audience this evening. If you have additional questions, we also have some of the applicants in the audience. And I would stand for any questions you have at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We have our EDGE Committee Chair in the audience, newly married. Do you mind coming up and kind of telling us anything you have to add to what has been said or noted? Oh, yes, that's right. That is right. Well, and I'm glad you were. Doing an EDGE Committee meeting at that point in your life would have been a little weird.
Yeah, we gracefully excused him. Okay, thank you, guys. I am here to answer any questions that you might have. Since Kevin Kershishnik is not here, we have to get him in on the minutes. He would remind you that for every dollar that the EDGE committee funds, we get a return of $3.91 back on that. So that's a pretty good ROI. Not as good as the airport, but it's decent.
I guess for our viewing public, could you tell us your name?
Yes, my name is Mary Axelm, and I am the vice chair of the EDGE committee.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Any questions in particular for Ms. Axthelm?
I would, Your Honor. Is it possible to get kind of a rundown on the various applicants and kind of the reasoning for or for not funding?
Absolutely. Do you want me to just do them in order?
Take them in order if that's okay with you.
Yep. So the first one we heard was Pertec Industries, and they're expanding their electronic manufacturing services, EMS, to create medical devices. So it's a whole new area for them, and their project particularly, we felt, met the ballot language perfectly. It is maintaining the employment in our community and increasing. They are anticipating saving 25 positions by jumping into this EMS system and creating potentially 10 new ones. So that was a real win for us. And when we looked at their request, it was the project total cost was $600,000. So it was a small amount that we were able to fund of that. The second one, do you want me to do the ones that we chose not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The second one was Ethos Transportation, and they're a limited but crucial service to our community. We just wanted to see more of a business plan. It was hard to understand how they were budgeting, what their business plan was, and how they were allocating their revenue. So we asked them to come back with more information. Liberty Torch Services, LLC, they're upgrading their jewelry repair equipment. And as a result of that, it will increase full-time sales and repair person. In that one, we recommended that with a contingency that they did indeed hire 2 additional people. So that one did have a contingency with it that would be written in upon your approval.
Quick question, if I might interject. Are those full-time employees or part-time employees?
We contingent on 2 full-time positions. And then Stock Dock, they are expanding. They have a pressing need for expanded services in our community, and they're upgrading their mobile outcall veterinary unit. And for them, it's actually become a problem of recruitment. They can't get more vets to help with the equipment that they have. So theirs was a pretty pressing need. 2 things noteworthy of their request was that they have already invested $60,000 into this equipment and are committed to matching any funds that the EDGE committee will allocate. They will match those funds back into their business. So we thought that was worthwhile. Go Riverton, that is an absolutely crucial and invaluable service to our community. She was looking for postcards and marketing material, and that's kind of been a gray area for our committee that we have not historically funded, so we did not include the marketing. It didn't really create any additional jobs, or it would ultimately probably create a net revenue of into our community, but not directly for those items. Help for Health Hospice is expanding their services into adding a home health agency, which would include nursing, physical therapy, occupational therapy, and social services. They anticipated 3 full-time positions, but high positions in nursing and I didn't write down what positions they were here, but nursing, clinic advisor, and a CNA, I think were the 3 positions they were considering.
And would they be able to provide those, get those positions with the recommended funding being about tenth of what they asked for?
They, initially, they had said they would not want to move forward if full funding wasn't allocated, but they did change on that. They did say they would accept any funding that Edge could provide.
But will they be able to still
And they, yeah,
positions?
and then they would continue to move forward.
Okay. Okay.
They said there's a significant need in our community for those services, so they do hope to expand that direction. Core Nutritionals is expanding their product offering. In addition to hoping to move, they're doing their manufacturing in Utah, and all of their product shipment is from Riverton. So they're hoping to move that entire unit to Riverton, Wyoming, which is really cool. And so we did allocate funding for them contingent upon them finding an adequate location. That was something they had not secured at the time that we heard these requests. So it had a contingency upon it as well. Shannon Watt Art and Design, they are not able to be here tonight because they are currently in Reno getting California money and Nevada money to bring back to Riverton, which we thought was really cool and very valid. There was significant discussion around this request, and their sales, although their sales are made in at different states at different shows, their inventory is created here in Riverton. So it was kind of our opinion that if we recommended their custom trailer, they estimated that they could increase their sales by 29% per show, which then equates to more revenue into our community as they get their inventory created here in Riverton.
And I know one of the discussions with the Watts was the ability to perhaps have a new position that would come out of this. Did they indicate that that was something they could meet?
They did. Let me find it. I did not write that down. They did. Go ahead. Mick is here to speak on their behalf.
Mr. Pryor, are they going to hire you?
Council, no. My name is Mick Pryor. I'm a colleague and friend of Shannon Watts Art and Design. Per the application, it would be 4 to 6 employees who would go out to shows. This would also enable them to go to multiple shows with robust inventory to effectively double their opportunity to create sales.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
You said that way better than I did.
Good.
Thank
Well,
you.
that's
Mick.
great. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Go ahead, Ms. Axtell.
Yes, and there's other people here. If you guys have questions for them, they'll answer. Let's see. So then the last one was Fremont County Fair, and we were super excited to hear that the commissioners had purchased the CWC Equine Center and gifted it to the fair. So that's really cool. But we kind of encourage them, because it is a countywide endeavor, to maybe apply for MOVE funding first and then come back to EDGE for further funding as their needs developed on what they would need specific to that facility.
Did they end up getting any MOVE funding? No, they hadn't applied.
Have they applied? I don't know. At the time that we did this, they had not applied.
Your Honor, I had spoken with Megan, the representative, who'd submitted the application, and she said actually, yes, that Pat had the application completed and they were aware of the deadline that was due to the county. So I'm assuming that they submitted their application.
If they were able to receive MOVE funding, though, I guess I'm trying to remember how the MOU with the county goes. I know if they got EDGE funding first and went to MOVE, MOVE would say, no, you can't be getting funding from 2 different organizations. If they received funding from MOVE and then came to EDGE, we don't have anything in our MOUs that don't allow that. However, would MOVE then claw back the funds or anything? Or is there anything in their MOU in that regard? I need to look at it more closely.
Your Honor, I'm not familiar with MOVE's specifications regarding their 0.5% monies.
Okay. Well, we'll have to look into that.
To dig into that.
Yeah, sure.
Just because it wouldn't make sense for us to send them to MOVE and then to say, well, we don't want to fund you unless we find out what MOVE does first. And then if they were funded by MOVE, with the idea, well, we'll get this amount from MOVE and this amount from EDGE, if that would lead to issues. Well, good. Well, thank you, Ms. Axthelm.
You're welcome.
Else?
No. That's all of them. Does that answer your question, Dean?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Any other questions for Vice Chair Axthelm?
I just appreciate you coming and explaining that because I had a lot of questions you just answered.
Well, good. Yeah. Well, and I hope you guys keep in mind by the time these recommendations get to you, we have fully vetted them. We've gone through them. We've discussed them at length. So we appreciate your questions to us.
Good deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I guess we could do this kind of the same way we had done before and see where everything goes. We'll start with the recommended ones from Edge, and then after that, if there's any motions for any other ones, we can kind of discuss those at that point. So I'd entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Pertec Industries as indicated and recommended by Edge.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Paranto with the motion. Councilman, we'll say it's Councilman Larson because I don't know if my left ear or my right ear is better. With the second discussion.
Well, the medical field has catapulted Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County like you can't believe. Desert Pharmaceuticals was bought out, and these were all small industries, and medical devices are very profitable, very oriented towards manufacturing location, and shipping is not part of the problem. It's getting the product to the market. We're not shipping anvils, we're shipping thimbles, and so freight's not a big deal. It helps with our airport to have an airport. It's a no-brainer.
Yep. And it's really nice to see manufacturing staying in the United States and in this state, so
Yeah.
I think that's awesome.
Well, and Your Honor, if I could, I did go attend the presentations, and one thing that I hadn't really thought of is, they've gone through a lot of different changes over the years, and when they started out making printer parts, that's starting to become obsolete. So they need to move their business model to something else, and this fits perfectly. So they're able to keep their current employees there and potentially add new ones. So I think it's a really good use of the half-cent funds.
We do have two representatives from Pertec Industries here. Appreciate you attending. I had a question, if you don't mind coming up. Any of you. Katya was the one that signed it, so. But if you don't want to answer them, you can send these two.
Ben Hansen, General Manager, Pertec Industries.
Enrico Negrello, CEO of Pertec Industries.
I guess my question is in terms of adjusting and moving towards a different strategy for manufacturing. It's my understanding in looking at your application, and I also was able to attend your presentation, and I appreciate you putting all the work into that you did. That you were basically, I got to make sure I have it here. You had estimated total project cost was $629,000 in terms of an existing line of credit, other funding, and then the balance of the project incomplete was $574,464. And then the amount that was being recommended, this is where I need you to have the other sheet open for me like that. The amount that was being recommended, it was $131,790. Requested amount was $150,000. You're still going to be able to maintain the jobs that you were saying you would be able to maintain with that amount. And then I think what you had put in your application was 10 new jobs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this industry, I know it's difficult because you You also want to have new ideas and things that haven't been done before, but it's also nice to be able to have things that you can trust and know what's going on with them. I mean, give me an idea of how we can feel confident this is something that's actually going to take off and sell and be able to continue into the future.
Okay. It's a good question. We have been working on this for several years. I mean, this is not something that we have created yesterday. I have been working in the medical industry for a long, long time, I mean, personally. And we started this with an idea after we have created another product that was as well monitoring the heartbeat and detecting stress levels of people. So after we made that product for the automotive industry, we had an idea on a different way of, I don't want it to be too technical, but we had an idea. We filed the patent, which is in the process of being issued. On the final stage, it takes forever to get that patent. So we filed that patent 2.5 years ago, and then we created the product, and we have made it working. We partnership with a company in Louisiana who's doing the back end of the software, but there is no limitation. I mean, we have so many ideas. The only limitation that we have is funding and the ability of getting approved by FDA. We are on the final stage. I just had a meeting today with our consultants to see how we can finally finish all the documentation that's needed to get the documentation and the filing for the 510K, which is the FDA approval. Once we have the FDA approval, the market goes from 0 to infinite. That's and I am quite confident that we will be able to get the FDA approval.
And if I may, Enrico is on the medical side. I'm more on the manufacturing and what we call EMS, which is the electronic manufacturing services. We've been producing the electronics that we use in our printers and scanners for the last 5 years. That has retained money. We used to buy those boards from Taiwan, from Romania, from China. And we also currently service 4 other businesses within Wyoming that has allowed us to learn and educate our employees, offering higher paying jobs currently to those employees that we weren't able to do when we were importing those EMS products. And so particularly some of this funding and the funding that we receive from this would be a little more focused on some of the EMS services. Our printer and scanner business is way down. The banks are struggling, and we need to pivot and pivot quickly. Enrico said we've been doing this for a while, but we need to now upgrade our equipment to allow us to be more competitive and offer our services more broadly than we currently do.
You already have companies that you're partnering with that have already kind of vetted this, have looked at it, and they're like, yeah, we're going to partner with you. We're going to be investing in this ourselves. So they've been able to say, yeah, this can be successful. FDA approval, is there any, I'm not trying to throw out a lot of acronyms, ETA on FDA approval?
ETA, once we file, it's 90 days that they have to reply to us in 90 days. And we forecast to apply probably by the end of September.
So if this were contingent, for example, on and would not be funded until after that FDA approval occurs, would that still be able to meet your needs?
I would say that we have basically 2 avenues. One is medical devices, and Ben was really accurate saying that the machine that we are purchasing for with the money that you eventually would grant us is not just for medical devices. Is
Okay.
for, I'm sorry, is for the production of the electronics
Okay.
that are going inside of the. So no matter what, we will do something with that money.
Got you.
Yeah.
You'd be able to use it to produce EMS.
EMS, exactly.
Yes, EMS regardless, and that's something
That is
that there's a demand for and can even be used in your current line, which has to do with printers.
Yes, and one of the goals that we set as an organization this year was to get ISO 9001, which is manufacturing quality, certified in our PCBA, which is printed circuit board assembly area. And we did do that, and that was done in April of this year. Our equipment that we currently have, it's holding us back from picking up more customers on the EMS side. And our plan is to expand EMS. We need to do it now, to be quite frank, and start rolling that while our medical device picks up and we get through FDA and the sales start getting generated on that. The equipment, hopefully, if we're successful in both of these endeavors, then we're going to be spending a lot more money in this EMS and the bio chest. We call it the bio chest.
The bio chest. We call it bio chest.
But in medical devices, improving our building, we're doing small things already, spending resources, training people, those kind of things. But we just need to upgrade our equipment.
All right, and then in terms of an MOU, and this is the same thing that I'm sure, I wasn't there when you were able to be talking to Edge the second time when they might have been asking you about this. You'd feel comfortable with saying that you'd be able to create 10 jobs within the next 2 years and that funding would allow for that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? I didn't mean to hog them all.
No.
All right. Thank you very much, both, for being here.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate. Thank you very much.
Any other discussion on this one? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Chair would entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Liberty Torch Services, LLC.
So moved.
Councilwoman Borders with the motion. Do we have a second? I'm getting down to the page so I can answer
It's down
questions
there
that I have.
ways.
Goodness sakes, to get through this one. All right. Sorry. We have a motion. Do we have a second in regards to Liberty Torch Services, LLC? All right. One last call. Second is to the motion regarding funding agreement between Riverton and the Liberty Torch Services, LLC. Well, we don't have a second in that regard. Do we have any questions that we wanted to ask or would make a difference in that? Or do we want to move to the next one and we could? Okay, we'll move to the next one. I'd entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and the Stock Dock.
So moved.
I'll second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilwoman Borders with the second. Discussion here.
Your Honor, I may have failed to take a note, but Ms. Axel, how many EFTs was that? Do you know? Was 3? All right, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
For the Stock Dock one, is that what you were asking?
Yes, sir.
I think I need 2 screens when I'm up here. It's just all there is to it.
It would help.
I appreciate that
Yeah, I
you do
blew
that.
that one up so you could read it.
All right, do we have anybody from the stock dock here? Do we have any questions that we want to ask or discussion? If you want to come up and tell us your name and.
Thank you for having us here today. I'm Dr. Amy Stockton, and Angela Weber, my office manager, is here with her little one, Amelia.
Good. Amelia, you're going to be speaking to us tonight?
Starting them early.
No, he just.
That's a no.
Yeah. You probably saw her at fair, all of them over here.
I don't know that I had any particular questions immediately. My understanding, and this is probably the same question I ask every time, would be that the amount that had been requested was $37,500. The recommendation was to fund that completely. I know that when the presentation had been given, I appreciated the information that was given. Some of this, as I understand it, there was some talk about using somebody else's corrals or stalls kind of creates issues and can cause damage to you, damage to equipment, that sort of thing. I remember some of that discussion. I guess my understanding is no matter what you're planning on upgrading to this regard, you're just asking for us to basically chip in half of it and you'd take care of the other half that would go towards a half-ton pickup, a veterinary box, large animal ultrasound probe. Want to Prague check cows?
I don't know if you saw our pictures on Facebook from the fair too, but they plastered us all over Facebook with green everywhere. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's normal.
It is.
So the numbers, we did update them a little bit, and I think that's where a little bit of misunderstanding came in because we had expenses listed that we had given you, and then we gave you this little handout that had some updated expenses on the back because we had thought when we started shopping that we could get the truck for 30 grand and a box for 10, but you'll see that we also sent some photographs of some trucks and boxes that are listed at $60,000. So to get a hold of a truck and a box, we're going to be looking at $60,000 just for that. So the other prices should be pretty close for the portable chute. Those we priced out already. So the portable chute will be another 15, another ultrasound probe 5, and then the float equipment and things are listed on there too. So it'll be significantly more than what we had estimated to begin with.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we made the application, those vehicles we were kind of looking at and eyeing had sold by the time that we then presented and as of now.
So still is kind of a possibility if you were able to wait and kind of keep your eye on prices and find the right price, but
we could
you're thinking might be kind of tough. Yeah. But the recommendation from Edge is still in regards to $37,500. Would that still be enough for you to be able to pull this off, just more of an investment from your business?
We could use our line of credit to help us with the rest of it.
Okay.
So if you agree to fund our project.
Why don't you come over to the mic so that Brian doesn't yell at me or you?
If you were to fund our project and we were only able to put together part of that list, how does that work as far as us
We may not
withholding?
be able to
Like,
afford the chute.
yeah,
is what we're saying.
if we got the pickup and box put together, but not the chute, or something off of that list, but not all of it, does that put us in
Violation of the
Yeah.
MOU, right,
Yeah.
yeah. That's a good question. I guess that's things we could take into account. What we could do is basically have this be something that you would prioritize, and you would say, this is what we'll have as our first priority. And I think we could word it that way. But I appreciate that. Anytime we have applicants talking about that, I think it means you're taking the process seriously and wanting to make sure you're not going to be held in violation of a contract. I get that.
Yes, we're serious about adding these services. We get calls every day where we could go and help more animals if we were able to get out or be more efficient in our abilities to do those things. So this is definitely a service that is needed and that we want to do. It's just getting harder to do. So with your help, we can put this together faster.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman Salisbury.
So what is the timeline for the 3 full-time employees? Will they be hired prior to this, or what are if you're unable to recruit, how will that be held accountable in the MOU.
Okay, we'll need some help with that because we've had a headhunter helping us and we've had an advertisement out for a very long time. I think we mentioned last time that there were 800 job postings on the AVMA site. So that's quite a lot of places for people to work and not enough people to fill them. So the more we can do to keep Riverton beautiful, to get people to want to move here, the better. So we are doing our best to fill those, but you're right, that is a time constraint, but we're working very hard. So we do have some other veterinarians coming to visit here in the near future. So I'd sure like to have a truck to show them that they can go to work in.
I know that typically we have said the funds would need to be spent within a year and a half or 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of being able to have the FTE, we have that in the wording as in 2 years as well. So, I mean, again, do you think that that's something that 2 years with the help of a headhunter, you'd be able to get that sorted?
We certainly hope so. We're doing our best.
I know how you feel. Trust me.
Your Honor, just as a point of clarification in our agreements, most of them state that upon entering into the agreement that the participant will provide us with their current number of full-time equivalent employees at the time of signing the contract, and then employ a specific number of full-time employees within whatever said months that you can agree upon. Historically, we've seen 6 months to 12 months, but a lot of that is going to be field dependent, and I know you're facing some hiring difficulties. And then also that you will be required to provide the number of full-time equivalent employees for a period of 3 years after that. So that's how the agreements read.
Kind of keep an eye on retention and know where things are going. Okay. Any other questions?
I do have a question. If the original proposal from any applicant has an FTE of, say, 3, and the funding isn't funded to the level that they needed, do we have a sliding scale for the FTE requirement as well?
We don't have that built in right now. I would say that what I would suggest, if there was someone that was having difficulty meeting their, requirements under the MOU, would be communication with us. I mean, I know that we can discuss and try to figure out where to go next.
Great.
Because, I mean, what we're doing is putting money out here to get more people to come and live in Riverton. So, I mean, that's a big part of what we're funding is the full-time equivalents. And I know I'd like to have a brand-new tire service truck, and you want a new vet truck, and that helps us retain employees and get them. But what generates the money is the employees out there generating labor hours for you. And so we just need to understand that that's part of what we're paying for. And so if you only end up generating one, we may have to do something. So.
We really need those extra 2 to help the veterinarian
and
have another position. We got to have 2 people to help them do their job. So it's pretty important to have all 3.
Yes.
Which is why it's so essential to get another vet.
Amen.
Well, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. And thank you for bringing your daughter in.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion before we vote? Is there any interest in changing the amount, or do we want to stick with the amount that was provided by Edge? Or
I'm good with that amount.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I mean, sounds like she's going to spend more money than she planned on, which is how that works.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Chair would entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Help for Health Hospice.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Bailey with the motion, Councilman Pronto with the second. We have a representative from Help for Health Hospice here tonight. No, do not. Okay. Any discussion? I guess just for the viewing public, and because I have it here with Mr. Bailey, the requested amount was $300,000. Recommended amount was $37,639. 10% basically of what the estimated cost was going to be for the total project.
I guess part of the discussion with
Employees?
Ms. Axthelm, right, was even nonetheless with that, they're going forward come hell or high water, and they still say they could get the 3 full-time positions with that much invested in it. Any other questions or comments on this one?
Your Honor?
Yes.
As you know, I attended that initial meeting for the presentations, and having gone through this recently, there is a very dire need for home health services. I think the one that we have currently is great. They do a really good job, but they are definitely understaffed. And so Help for Health saw the need, and they want to try to help fulfill some of that. So I thought their proposal was really good, and I think it's really well thought out, and I'm very supportive of it.
I would note they also have engaged a consulting company that would be helping them out with this, so this isn't just going in cold. The plan is that they would have this company that would assist with the home health agency operations through the entire process, certification, billing, everything. Really, in terms of continuing funding, the plan is to have this funded for the most part through individuals that are qualified for federal programs, as well as through insurance and then private pay for individuals. So,
And Your Honor, I like seeing that they've got a lot of skin in the game on this project, so.
well, and I'm impressed that they're saying even though, you know, the funding is going to be towards this amount, we're still going to hold to it. And I mean, the reality is, you know, although we're directing staff to prepare the agreements, we can still be talking about that with them once we get here and ensure that, you know, if they can get here for the funding agreement portion of this, and we can discuss it then, we still have that opportunity. So, but yeah, so they are talking about the need for 3 full-time salaried positions. A director would be an RN, a nursing administrator, and certified nursing assistant. So these are good jobs. Definitely ones that have a demand. And we have a supply here with Central Wyoming College. All right. Any other questions? If we're ready to vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I have not been doing good at noting my own aye votes. I also voted aye for that as well as the other ones. I just didn't say so. Okay, moving on to the next one, core nutritionals.
Your Honor?
You know, yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just for point of clarification for the minutes, could we get the council member who made the motion and the second on that?
It was Councilman Bailey with the motion and Councilman Pronto with the second. And it was my understanding that was for the amount indicated by the EDGE fund, or the EDGE recommendation, the $37,639.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, that's great. All right. Next up, I'd entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Core Nutritionals, LLC. We have a motion. Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, we'll move on. Nope, we didn't get a motion in that regard. I would leave that open if anybody wants to bring that up later for motion. I'd entertain a motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Shannon Watts Art and Design.
Your Honor, I'll make that motion.
Okay. Councilwoman Borders with the motion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Let Christie do that.
Okay, we'll let Christie second it. Councilwoman Salisbury with the second. All right, discussion. And we don't have the Watts here tonight. Mick, I'm sorry, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Mr.
You
Mayor.
are-
Surrogate Pryor.
Yes, I am their surrogate and representative at this meeting. I apologize, I am not as handsome as Shannon.
That's okay.
I'll have to do better.
You also aren't dressed like he normally would be with all the get up.
This is true. You might get a T-shirt out of the deal if you can. If I do my job well, yes, sir.
Okay, do we have any questions for Mr. Pryor?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I guess one of the problems I have with this is it's a pretty high percentage of the overall cost, which again, I've always been an advocate for the business owner having skin in the game so that we're not the only one that's risking, capital out there. And on the jobs that they're going to increase, the full-time equivalent, I mean, is it reasonable to say these are all going to be Fremont County residents that they're going to employ?
I think that's a safe way of saying it. So with this trailer, which is it's not just a piece of rolling stock, it's a fairly sophisticated trailer. We'll be able to deploy additional sales staff in multiple directions with a base here in Fremont County, specifically Riverton. But yes, it should result in more full-time employees. And obviously, the big season is, call it driving season, right? And car show season. By the way, I looked it up. There's no definitive authority on the number of car shows nationwide, but it's probably above 10,000. But there are big shows, and obviously, there are little shows. This will target a lot of the bigger shows, which not only represents a significant increase in the amount of sales, but those sales, as a result, often generate additional revenue in online sales and marketing deals. And so, as you may be aware, Shannon has inked deals with national providers to include Hobby Lobby and a couple of others, and done partnerships with nationally recognized custom auto wouldn't say manufacturer fabricators and the like. So the ability to market broadly with sales is like kind of an exponential thing. The hard part is right now they're actually split between Julie and Shannon are actually at two different shows right now, which they are at the extent of their reach. This gives them the opportunity to put an additional person on the road. With respect to the funding at above 60,000, that is a portion of what is being asked for. As you look at the application, it's it's closer to 190,000 is the total in. So obviously an additional vehicle, additional merchandise before the sale, and then some extra marketing material has to go into this type of endeavor before we can even deploy a salesperson. But this allows us to procure the trailer so that all of those other things can happen. And those funds are lined up, ready to go.
Safe to say that although the estimate was 4 to 6 new jobs created, that would probably be seasonal employment, though.
Hard to say, because just to clarify, it's 32% of the project is what we're asking for. There is a lot that goes into marketing and sales with respect to this. So there's a lot of travel in, call it the shoulder seasons, and this also allows us to maybe expand to markets like Texas and Southern California, where during periods of time where we're not having car shows in the Rocky Mountain region. Sorry, pardon me, sir.
Just as an addendum, Alan Moore, I did I did call up Stitches Embroidery, who is mentioned in here as a local supplier, and talked to them, and they said that they have daily orders from Mr. Watts, and they have a new printer machine, and they would like to use it a lot. I called Triple D Media and asked them how they were working, and they do printing and catalogs and do all of his quote-unquote stuff. And when I asked him what that meant, he said that Mr. Watts had quit using FedEx for their printing in the local areas, and that was now being done by Triple D Media.
Thank you. Another example of local businesses using local businesses.
Yeah, very much so.
Using sounds
I,
good.
So, Your Honor,
Yes, Councilwoman Salisbury.
so are you saying all the manufacturing will be done in Riverton for Hobby Lobby?
No, not all of that. So there are some products that are, those products are licensed, so revenue comes back, but unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to do some of the neon, the tin, that we just don't have that industry here. It'd be great if we did, and that's certainly a possibility, but I certainly can't promise that to this body. But what I would tell you, looking at where Shannon Watts' design is at this point, we're at a plateau that really requires that little extra bump to get to that next level. And, the hard part there is it's a chicken and egg kind of problem with respect to getting over the top. We need a chicken or an egg, but once we have it, we have a growing flock, to use a metaphor here.
Wow.
Sorry. I don't care. Chicken, egg, your choice. It's right. If you're a scrambled egg guy or a broiler, sure.
And if it's not funded at the recommended level, would that work as well, if it was a portion of that?
If a portion of this were provided, if less than what Edge had recommended were funded, would they still be able to move forward with the expansion?
Certainly probably at a slower pace, but I think any additional funds, this is the goal. It is it's kind of a do or die.
I guess to clarify, because I think this is accurate, and I think it would help with Councilwoman Salisbury's question. The product that Mr. Watts, and Mr. and Mrs. Watts,
the business.
Let's just put it that way, because would be bringing around the country tends to generally be produced here, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of Triple D supply and stitches, embroidery, and that kind of thing.
That is accurate, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure of. So not that that's going towards Hobby Lobby, but that is what they're bringing with them on their shows. That's what's actually what they're proposing to be displayed in their trailer, all of that jazz.
Correct. So the Hobby Lobby is, call it that next tier, and obviously if that success persists, I know Shannon will do everything he can to ensure that as much of it as is feasible and is available, will be done here in Fremont County. I think I can make that commitment on his behalf.
I guess in terms of what the trailer would offer, just to have some clarification and to verify that this is accurate, we're talking about basically more room, easier setup, more product that they could bring with them, longer distance that they could go, safer for their product. That's really what they're looking for. Right now, for the most part, they're operating using their smaller trailer that is parked usually in front of their residence that I pass by on a regular basis, and I'm like, that's where the Watts live. But we're talking about something larger that they would be able to bring more locations.
Likely to larger shows. So it's not to say that these other two trailers would suddenly be junked. What you're going to see is an expanded sales force covering more shows, trying to do more business, generating more buzz, and obviously I don't have the exact figure on me, but I know anecdotally that every time Shannon goes to a show, obviously there's revenue that's generated at that show, but there is a cascading effect for several weeks after that show for folks who have interacted with that merchandise and with that display, who have decided to make additional purchases or a new purchase. And the other interesting part is Shannon has a fairly good retention rate on clientele. So this is it is not a one-off type of sale regularly. I mean, like, he is growing a following that is buying on a regular basis, which is great to see. And like, recurring business as well as new business growth is absolutely part of his matrix.
And the trailer ends up being his mobile showroom, basically. So it's increasing the capacity of his shows that he can get to in a year.
Very much so. And
the bigger shows, they're wanting a bigger trailer. They're wanting a nicer display. They're wanting to have it be something that's going to wow them, and this is kind of part of the idea here.
Mhm. And ultimately with more merchandise than can be carried in his current setups.
All right, so we're talking additional jobs that would be provided by this because they're going to need other people to take this trailer with now 3 trailers that we're going to have operational and being used. We're also talking about money that's coming into Fremont County from outside Fremont County, including like, where is he this week? Was it Warland where he's a celebrity there now?
Oh, I
a guest?
apologize. It's far enough afoot that he didn't feel comfortable running home. So I might be a little bit further than Warland.
Further than Warland, than likely. But wherever he was, he's kind of there as a celebrity on the same, if I recall correctly from my conversation after the last one. So the idea being he's going to go out there, get money, and bring it back, but in a legal way. We're not talking about...
Correct. This is, yes, sales taxes.
Glad we have that.
Sales tax is paid.
Yeah, we had to make sure.
And taxes are filed properly.
But, and you can...
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So is the tow vehicle an additional one or one he's currently using that's part of
No,
the
it would be
total?
an additional one.
Okay, that makes a difference.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just had one other point. So he's going out all over the country advertising for Riverton, Wyoming as well.
Well, and products that
That's
are
the
being
other
produced here, being sold here, being shipped from here.
Mhm.
Anecdotally, talking to the Riverton's culture and Fremont County's culture as call it a safe haven for gearheads, I think is probably something that I very much appreciate Carnivore City. That is awesome. But if we ever want to go the gearhead route, I think that would probably play as well.
Beef and hot rods.
That's right.
Hot rods. So next year, is that what we're going to do? We're going to do
Dogs and cars.
dogs. I like it. We'll have to talk to Mr. McCann about that. All right. Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Pryor. Anything else to ask? Any other clarifications, questions, comments?
Your Honor, one quick question. How do you accommodate the 4 to 6? Is it 4 or is it 6, or do we just pick 5?
I think usually what we've done is we've kind of gone the safer route with 4 with those in the past.
Your Honor, that's correct, and we will coordinate with the recipients to ensure that the number is accurate.
I think we're kind of being flexible with that because in the past we didn't necessarily hold them to that in the MOU, and then that's been something we've been adding, and then we had people come back and say, wait a minute, we can't do that. I imagine we're kind of working on negotiating that before it even gets here now, so we can kind of make sure we're there on it, so.
I think that's an important aspect of the grant.
Again, it's our intention that, we are managing taxpayer dollars and we're very careful to make sure that they get spent appropriately. And so we don't want people coming to us with this big thing and then coming back and going, well, I changed my mind and I'm doing this, but I'll take all your money. So we got to make sure that we're being responsible and frugal with the taxpayers' money.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I think I can commit that the money, the way the application is written, unequivocally will be how it is spent. I don't think you have anything to worry about changes relative to the application.
Okay.
Oh, and one final clarification, Mr. Mayor, he is in Wheatland this today.
I knew I was.
You're close.
It was a land.
The W, yeah.
Warland would have been close enough. I could see he would say, I'm going to drive back. Wheatland, yeah, you're not going to drive back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion to direct staff to prepare a funding agreement between the City of Riverton and Shannon Watts Arts and Design, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. All right. We have a couple of ones that we didn't have any votes on. I guess we could do this a couple of ways.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I think just in light of fairness, that if we could go back to the Liberty Torch and give them a chance to answer our questions, we could go back to that maybe.
Sure. I think that would be a great idea. That's actually what I was going to suggest because it just so happens that we have Tracy Cooper, AKA Liberty Torch LLC, here.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You, for point of order, do you need a motion and a second to have discussion?
I think we should, I guess, to have discussion that's going to lead to a vote. I don't see there's any reason, I mean, we have this specifically set for this time for discussion on the EDGE funding. I don't think we're too out of order to be asking questions to consider it before we would have a vote on it.
Your Honor, that would be at your and the body's preference. Technically, prior to discussing a matter, you would receive a motion in a second. But if you want to handle it as part of the presentation of the overall agenda item, I believe you have that liberty. So if you want to entertain a motion or request a motion, again, that's possible. Otherwise, you could probably handle these as part of the general presentation of the topic.
We could have a motion to discuss the remaining applicants that are present.
Your Honor, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion to discuss the
For
remaining
the sake of
applicants.
discussion.
Yes.
It just feels funny not to.
I know. Well, and I there's a reason we have Mr. Butterfield here. He keeps us in line. All right. Ms. Cooper, any questions regarding the application for Liberty Torch, since we've got a
You need to vote on the motion.
audience? Well, I guess we'd have to,
No, we're good.
we're discussing
We're under
discussion.
Discussing.
I think we're good.
Okay,
Anything you want to tell us, I guess, in addition about
Sure.
yours, or add anything to your application, or?
all right, Your Honor. So in case the audience does not know, I'm with Liberty Pawn and Guthrie Jewelry. My LLC owns those two companies. We have been in business for 70 years, and a lot of the equipment that I am still using is from back when Will Guthrie had the business before I stepped in and took it over and bought it from him. So that is what we need, is just new equipment. I don't feel safe bringing people in right now and teaching them my trade with the equipment I'm using. We had started saving money for a new laser, and then we got broken into. Didn't realize that was going to be emotional. And so we took all the savings and had to repair my store. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
Thank you. And what you're looking for, if I'm understanding it correctly, I guess just tell me the equipment that you're looking for.
Well, number one on our list is a laser. I'm still using a torch and a solder the way that I was taught to do it. So we would love to get a laser welder in there and just upgrade a bench. Our benches are really, really old. We need new lighting for the bench, and we need some new just hand tools, everyday tools that we use for repairing our jewelry.
So then would you have to change the name to Liberty Laser LLC, or can you still keep the Liberty Torch?
Okay, that's two different companies. So yeah,
Sorry.
that's an old
I had
company.
never realized where the torch came from, and then when you said that, I was like, aha, that's where it comes from.
That is, I retired from that company. I kept the LLC. I retired from the company, and then I stepped in to help Will when he no longer could do the work. Hence, I work with a torch now, and I worked with a torch back then. I just go from really big to really little now, and so yeah, that's.
So the most important thing you would be looking for would be a laser welder, and that is 13,000?
Yes.
And you've kind of priced those out. You feel comfortable with that?
No, I'd love to have 14,000, to be honest, because I would love to have 21,000.
Right.
To be honest.
Well, I'm just kind of trying to narrow down what we've got going on here. So, I mean, you're in the industry. You believe that'd be approximately 13,000 for a laser welder.
Yes.
And then lighting at 375, cleaners at 1,200, a bench at 2,000, hand tools at 1,925, trainer on equipment. Tell me about that item real quick.
Okay, so I don't know how to do laser welding, so I would have to go to some kind of a schooling or bring somebody in that is a dealer to teach me so that I can teach the people that I hire.
Okay. And then you think, based on looking for basically somebody to take over that portion of it, if you can get this equipment, you could get 2 new jobs, full-time
Yes.
jobs? Okay. Any other questions?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
how many people do you employ now?
Nobody, just
Oh.
me.
Thank you.
And Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
if we decided to fund you for less than what the Edge Committee recommended, would the project still move forward, or is you critical to get the 20 that they recommend?
Anything will help at this point. Like I said, we were saving the money for it, and then when we got broken into, that took all my savings. So if we could just get anything will help, and we'll just go back into figuring out how to do it on our own.
Because as I've stated before, I don't think the taxpayer should be paying a huge percentage of the project. I think it should be more owner skin in the game. I mean, that's
I have over eight years in the game.
understood.
So is it possible for you to get the training prior to buying the laser?
Honestly, I don't know. I didn't look into it that way. Most of the people that I have asked about the training has been the dealers that have the lasers for sale. I'm sure it would be. I don't know why they wouldn't train us or train me before we buy it.
Might come with the laser, right?
Yeah.
Any other discussion, questions?
So, Your Honor, I would feel comfortable making a motion to fund a laser in the training.
Okay. Just, I guess, to make sure we're doing this right so that we have a clear record and Dean doesn't come after me in the dark alley or something. I guess what we would probably do is wait until we get done with the discussion, and then we would consider motions for any of the other items at that time. There? We're already in a little bit of a weird place as it is, but
Yes, but you have a motion on the floor that you will need to take action on. However, I believe you're correct. If you would like to amend that motion, you would do that after your discussion.
I guess technically we probably should have voted on discussing and saying, okay, we're going to have discussion.
We're having discussion for the discussion.
Yeah, I guess. Thank you, Ms. Cooper.
Thank you.
I know you tried. You did good. We're just trying to do the right thing here.
Your Honor, and just a point of order, it might be helpful to have Ms. Harris relay back what the actual motion on the floor is, and that may help you as you consider your next steps.
I think so. Our motion was to basically discuss the ones that had not been approved EDGE funding. I guess we're discussing whether we're going to discuss those.
Your Honor, I would do it as an amendment to the motion.
There you go.
Yes, sir. To
Because you were specifically talking about this item, not all of the ones.
Well, the two that we didn't receive motions for.
Okay.
Right.
So the motion was to have discussion about those two items. So I would probably make a motion to amend and then vote on those separately.
I guess we could do that. It's your call.
In Your Honor, as the motion was to discuss the remaining applicants, it may be wise to invite anyone else forward that didn't receive a previous motion so you can hear from them.
Yeah, that's true.
Sure. It's a good call. All right. Were there any other applicants that didn't have approval of funding that wanted to come forward and discuss their projects? I think that was the fair, and we don't have anybody from the fair, and we don't have anybody here from CORE. Okay, so then if this is the only one, then if somebody were wanting to make a motion in regards to this one in terms of the
So
welding,
should we discuss the fair, maybe going back and seeing what the county would do if we matched their funding?
good point. I mean, we'd have to have somebody from the county here, I think, to kind of get some more discussion in that regard. Is that what you're saying, Woman Salisbury?
Yes.
Your Honor, when Mary came up and talked to us, she said that they gave them some recommendations on things they could, because they needed some more information, some clarification. So they asked the fair to do that.
Do you anticipate they'll be back, if you want to come back up so people can hear you? Do you anticipate they'll be back at the next funding round? Did they say they would be?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, we hope that they are.
So it sounds like in that regard, we'll hear from them again.
And Your Honor, that'll give us time to verify whether the county's money would get clawed back if we did give them any money. So we could check on that by the time that happens.
That could be a specific question that we ask when they come to, just to make sure.
It's a good move. Get it? Move.
Your Honor, while Ms.
That was good. Like it.
Mary, while you're still standing here, could you give us any additional information or add anything to the Liberty Torch since we're discussing that?
The notes that I have just are exactly what Tracy shared, that she's looking to upgrade her jewelry repair equipment. And as a result of that, she would hire a full-time sales and a full-time repair person, and she would retire.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you.
Tracy, did I say that right? Am I right?
Not spilling the beans or anything.
It's all contingent.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Do we have any amendment to the motion?
Thank Christine.
Christy, you were wanting to make that motion. I guess we could take that as an amendment to the motion to discuss if you wanted to do that, and we'll see if we have a second.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the laser and the training.
All right, so your motion would be to approve $14,000 to go towards Liberty Torch LLC towards the purchase of a laser, welder, and the training that would go along with it. Do we have a second for that motion?
Yes, I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Motion by Councilwoman Salisbury. Basically, I guess to make things as confusing as all get out. We have a motion to amend the motion to discuss.
Perfectly clear.
So we're going to have to vote on that, and then we're going to have to vote on the main motion. Then we have a second by Councilwoman Borders. Any other discussion on that one? All right, all in favor of the motion to amend, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Did we get your motion, Councilwoman Salisbury? Or your
Did you hit it? Oh, yes, I said it.
You said aye?
Yes.
All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 to 2 on the motion to amend. And then on the main motion, just leave the motion. We'll vote again. Any other discussion on it?
Your Honor,
Yes.
21,000 is the requested amount.
Right.
Recommended amount is 20,000.
Right. I think the idea was they were removing the training.
We're gonna pay for the laser and the training
That's the motion.
is the motion
For 14,000.
for 14,000. So we're going from 20 of a recommendation to 14 is
Right.
our recommendation.
As-
Or our,
yes.
yes.
That's the motion.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Did I correctly note the ayes and the nays? Okay.
I just think we've funded a lot of other manufacturing and bringing in jobs in the same manner as this proposal.
Well, and that's true, and we've also funded other jewelry companies in particular. So, all right, are we ready to vote? All in favor of funding Liberty Torch LLC in the amount of $14,000 that would go towards laser welder and trainer or training for the equipment, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
We're in a dead heat now. Woohoo! Mr. Butterfield?
Your Honor, just to clarify, there were 3 ayes and 3 nays, therefore fails on the tie.
Okay, yes, sir, I agree. All right, well, thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We've got a little bit more to go for ordinances and everything. I'm not going to say it's going to be a midnight meeting, but I am going to say it'd probably be a good time for a break. Let's take, no, don't you say that. Let's take a break until 9:35.
Is it you?
Yeah. I'm never late.
Taking your birthday away. Yours to it.
Clank, clank, clank.
We are now back in session. It is 9:41.
No problem.
And next item on the agenda is consideration of ordinance number 24002, department heads hiring concurrence. Let me go down to the right spot this time. This is second reading of an ordinance we discussed last time. Had some feedback from council in terms of wanting to come up with some new language. And I admit I did not do my homework, but we can continue discussion tonight. I apologize. As you may recall from our last reading of this ordinance, and I'll just summarize rather than going through the full report, but there had been a change to the way that the hiring of department heads was done. This was after the recommended ordinance 21014 at the July 6, 2021 regular city council meeting. That had resulted in ordinance 21015, which made it so that the governing body would be vested with the sole authority to select and appoint department heads. In terms of the selection and appointment, the only authority granted to the city administrator was to participate in the hiring of all department heads pursuant to ordinance 21.10.030I. City administrator therefore would supervise department heads for whom he or she had not been part of the selection process. However, the city administrator maintained the authority to terminate department heads. Proposed ordinance 24002 would provide for the city administrator to make the selection of department heads subject to the consent and approval of the city council. It would not remove from the governing body the ability to decide on the appointment of department heads, but gives the city administrator the ability to first propose their desired appointment. In terms of budget impact, except for the cost associated with printing and ensuring electronic access to the proposed ordinance, ordinance 24002 would not have any impact on the budget. Previous discussion had been regarding being able to ensure that the city council would have the ability to be involved in the process of the interviewing and the selection process. Discussion, I guess, had gotten to where Councilman Pronto had said, well, wait a minute, this gives us that flexibility with being able to be broad enough that if the council chooses, it could be involved in whatever part of the process it wants, or as little involvement as the council would want. Discussion had, though, gone to where I was supposed to come with some idea of language if we did want to have that in there to say, you know, the council can be involved in the interview process, and I regret to inform you, I did not do so. My apologies. But we can still discuss if we have a motion. Would the Administrative Services Director please read ordinance 24002 by title only?
Yes, Your Honor. Proposed ordinance number 24-002, an ordinance amending Title II, Administration and Personnel, to revise Chapter 2.04, Mayor and City Council, Section 2.04.026, Chapter 2.10, City Administrator, Section 2.10.040, Chapter 2.12, City Clerk, Section 2.12.010, Chapter 2.13, City Treasurer, Section 2.13.010, Chapter 2.20, Community Development Director, Section 2.20.010, Chapter 2.24, Public Works Director, 2.24.010, Chapter 2.28, Chief of Police, Section 2.28.010 of the Riverton Municipal Code, and repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith and providing for an effective date.
I'd entertain a motion to adopt ordinance 24002 on second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson, motion. Councilman Bailey with the second. Discussion. If we were to change anything that would indicate specifically that the city council could be involved in appointment, the place to put it would probably be in 2.10.040. You could put in there something in the regard to appointment of department heads subject to the consent and approval of the majority of the governing body, you could just put in a comma and say who may be involved in the hiring process to whatever extent that they wish, or something like that.
Your Honor, by default, does it not?
Yeah, and that's the discussion. I guess, to what extent do we want to spell it out?
I like it.
Any other discussion?
You promise to do it.
Promise to do what?
To fulfill your obligation of writing that in.
Well, the question is, do we want to put that in, or do we think, I guess the statement from Councilman Peranto is that it's already, that authority's already in there because it's subject to the consent and approval of the majority of the governing body.
Right. It's there.
So we could already do that. I mean, depending on the council, we could have a council that just says, I guess the best example I can think of would be the way that the Senate has the consent and approval, advice and consent of the Senate is necessary for judicial appointments at the federal level. When it comes to the Supreme Court, the Senate actually goes through and they interview them, they grill them, they have this whole long process. People end up crying, some people testify, you remember. That's how it is at the Supreme Court level. For the district court level, they just kind of say,
Here's the list.
here's the list, and the Senate votes on it, and it's done. So depending on the way that the city council would like to handle it, I think this language is broad enough that we could have a city council that says, well, city administrator, you just come to us and we don't want to be involved, or you could have a council that says, we want to be there for the interviews. It's just at the discretion of the council.
Your Honor.
Yes,
City administrator usually works at the appointment and direction of the council. So if we were interviewing a particular position and the council made it known to the city administrator that they wanted to be involved in that process, I think that kind of makes that part of that process. And then the council subsequently will approve the appointment by the majority of the governing body. So I think that's already kind of built into existing structure and code.
I think we're okay with where we're at.
Okay.
Call for the question.
All right. All in favor of adopting ordinance 24002 on second reading, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Are you still there, Councilwoman Salisbury?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I hit mute when I say aye or nay.
Okay.
It's hit buttons.
I didn't hang up on you.
I have to tell myself that.
I know, me too.
All right. Next item, public hearing and consideration of ordinance 24003, first reading, trees and shrubs. Mr. Eggleston, you've been quiet tonight.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll try to be brief because of the hour, the lateness of the hour. A couple years ago, the tree board was pursuing recommendations to update city ordinances dealing with trees and shrubs and nuisances, requesting a certain standard of care or a certain recognition of the persons hanging out shingles portraying themselves to be arborists or commercial arborists. This has been a lengthy process. This ordinance would amend current ordinance and require that people acting as commercial arborists would do so in compliance with standards of care for tree care, which is the ANSI A300 standards. One of the biggest changes in here, which is hopefully provides some limited consumer protection for individuals hiring quote unquote commercial arborist, that they have some training and some knowledge in the tree care practices. And it would also require that anybody wanting to establish a business or hang out a shingle in the city of Riverton as a commercial arborist would have to register with the Community Development Department, the same basic standard that we have for contractors right now. Provides that they be registered, that they have insurance. We do have an exception in there where we wouldn't require public works employees or other city employees doing work in pursuit of their official duties or a duly franchised public utility engaged in providing electrical or telecommunication services to the public. They'd be exempt from registering. The education, as I said, would the tree care standards in accordance with the American National Standards Institute, the ANSI A300 standards, are what would be required. They need to provide some sort of documentation at the time they initially register that they have some training and background in that. But the ordinance also provides for a 3 years period of the initial registration for them to obtain commercial arborist registration through the International Society of Arboriculture and be certified as an ISI certified arborist, and that proof be provided to the community development director at the time they register. It also goes into liability insurance requirements and workers' compensation verification for anybody registering as a commercial arborist in the city of Riverton. And I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a question, and I glazed over this a little bit, but I did not go into it thoroughly. I have had comments from the public in the past regarding overhanging trees over the streets, and I don't know if this is the ordinance that would take care of that or not, but we have some areas of the city that the limbs hang down below the height of a semi-truck with a cattle trailer, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And they complain about driving down Adams specifically and knocking lights off their trucks and that kind of stuff. And so I guess, is that something we would deal with in this ordinance, or is that someplace else?
Your Honor, Councilman Bailey, this ordinance provides if it's a safety issue, that our employees could actually go cut that limb down.
Okay.
We generally, and we have before, generally it's limbs that have already been broken to some extent that are hanging over a traffic lane or a sidewalk that we'll remove.
Okay.
Well, that authority is also granted to Pacific Power and Light when their limbs come in contact with high power lines on our avenue, on our avenues. But anyway, I've had them working on my backyard in Marianne, where holy cow. So that exists already.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Administrative Services Director, Mrs. Harris, could you please read ordinance 23003 by title only?
Yes, Your Honor. Ordinance number 24-003, an ordinance amending Title 8, Health and Safety, Chapter 8.20, Trees and Shrubs as Nuisances of the Riverton Municipal Code, and repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, and providing for an effective date.
I'd entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Paranto, Councilman Paranto with the motion, Councilwoman Borders with the second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say nay. Motion passes. I declare the public hearing open. Hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes and other applicable laws. If there's anyone who wishes to speak about this ordinance, I'd ask you to come to the podium, identify yourself for the record. Subject to the same discussion we had previously in terms of time and request to stay on topic. Is there anyone who wishes to speak?
Seeing none, Your Honor, I request that we close public discussion.
Second.
Motion to close public hearing, second by Councilman Bailey. Last call. All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Motion passes. I declare the public hearing is closed. I'd entertain a motion to adopt ordinance 24003 on first reading.
Moved.
I'll second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilman Paranto with the second. Discussion. Yes, I would note, I just was looking at this. It's It creates 8.20.022. Anyone owning property that has an obstacle in violation of 8.20010, or which is a dangerous limb, or tree that's in violation of 8.20.021, can be notified by the community development director and is required to cut, trim, or otherwise remove it. If it doesn't happen within 10 days, the city may have them cut and can charge the cost as a special bill for such cutting. That can become a lien against the property. If we're having to do that, we can get it done. You willing to handle that, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Okay.
Just checking to see if you're awake.
Just, it's off weed season. We don't overwhelm, right?
Tree season now. Any other discussion? I almost feel like we're going to be pickier about our arborists than we are about our contractors. I mean, just in terms of being able to show that they are licensed arborist. Have you heard any feedback from any of our arborists about this in terms of?
I have not. We may get some feedback now. It's been made public. Many of the arborists that are doing business right now around the county are already certified arborists. There may be some independents out there that don't have that certification. This does, as long as they comply or can show some education in that standard, that tree care standard, they have 3 years to get the certification.
Okay. And will they be kind of listed just like other registered contractors are on our website? You can just get on and look and verify that the person you're dealing with is a certified registered arborist. Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay.
Thank you.
Motion passes. I vote aye. Usually I do better at that than I am tonight. All right. Public hearing and consideration of 24004, first reading, public intoxication. Chief Furtado's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you tonight is first reading regarding public intoxication, request to amend 9.08.200. The police department responds to complaints regarding persons being intoxicated or persons being incapacitated by alcohol or drugs or a combination of both, who are unable to care for their safety. The MUNICIPal states that it prohibits public intoxication and addresses where the officers can make an arrest. And they want to be able to use this section to address current concerns and as they respond to issues and complaints. Currently, the public intoxication states no person shall be in a public place, street, or sidewalk, and any vehicle parked on a public place, street, or sidewalk while under the influence of an alcoholic beverage or drug or combination of any alcoholic beverage or drug to agree that he or she is unable to care for his or her own safety. Section B gives the punishment and fine of up to $750 or up to 6 months in jail. And for the last year that I've been here, I've kind of looked at the current city ordinances. A lot of them, like this one, hasn't been looked at for quite some time. And I think that some of the ordinance we should be looking at to maybe clean up and make them more user-friendly for the officers to use. If you look at the way the current section reads, if somebody basically is able to walk and move on to another location, they wouldn't fit specifically in this section. On the other side, if they're so intoxicated you can't wake them up, we wouldn't be taking them to jail, we'd be taking them to the hospital. So the ordinance currently reads, and it's very, very narrow where the officers can step in and make an arrest. And what we're looking at is expanding the language and the ability and give the officers more tools on their belt to address public concerns. So the proposed change for the statute, no person shall be in a public place, street, or sidewalk, or the property of another without the consent of the owner, and everything else reads the same. And this, we kind of look at different scenarios. One would be if somebody's intoxicated and let's say they're in the bushes in your front yard. Well, that's not a public place. That's not a street. So it kind of limits the ability of what the officers can do. And if maybe it's late at night, somebody's not answering the front door, they can't get the person trespassed, the person obviously doesn't live there, and we want to be able to address issues where people may be on other people's property. And we're also using some of the languages that is in place now in many areas throughout the state. And we're adding the addition to, as demonstrated by staggering, weaving, unable to stand unassisted, vomiting, speaking incoherently, obscene language, offensive gestures, or any other decent or obnoxious conduct or act. And since we're opening up this section, we want to look at down the road as other opportunities, especially the last 6 months, where we're working with other nonprofits and other organizations to deal with substance abuse, to where we can do alternative other than sending someone to jail for a few days. So we added section C, where a peace officer may release from custody instead of taking the person before a magistrate, a person arrested for public intoxication in the following circumstances. A person is arrested for intoxication only and no further proceedings are desirable. Or the person was arrested for being under the influence of a controlled substance or drug, and a person is delivered to a facility or hospital for treatment and no further proceedings are desirable. And the last section is the person was arrested and subsequently delivered to a hospital or urgent care facility, including but not limited to a facility for the treatment of co-occurring substance use disorders, for mental health evaluation and treatment, and no further proceedings are desirable. That section is commonly used, let's say, if somebody is using some type of prescription medication and they do consume alcohol and they're in a place that they shouldn't be, and will have drug contradictions because they consumed alcohol. They might not be that 0.20, 0.30, but because they're using a combination of prescription drugs and alcohol, we want to be able to do an alternative to get them assistance where they're needed. My apologies, let me back up a little bit. On section B, we're also adding on the sentencing side, the ability to sentence a person for up to 40 hours of community service once a community service program has been adopted by the local municipal court. These recommendations have come from your officers working the streets to look at our current statutes and incorporate some of the language in other areas in Wyoming and give them a chance to address some of the issues. That, Your Honor, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Administrative Services Director, Ms. Harris, could you please read ordinance number 24004 by title only?
Yes, Your Honor. Ordinance number 24-004, an ordinance amending Title IX, Public Peace, Morals, and Welfare to revise Chapter 9.08, Offenses Against Public Peace and Decency, Section 09.08.200, Public Intoxication of the Riverton Municipal Code, and repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Borders with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I declare the public hearing open. Would be conducted in accordance with state statutes, other applicable laws. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak regarding this ordinance?
Seeing no one, Your Honor, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Peranto to close the public hearing, second by Councilman Bailey. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. Motion passes. I entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 24004 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. Discussion. I was just looking at this, Chief, and I was realizing we use the word magistrate. We don't tend to use that very often in our code because we have a municipal judge. I know it's something that's used in other codes, but I would just say we could probably use the word the municipal judge.
So noted.
I just did a quick search to see. We used the word magistrate one other time, but I think it's because we had it from, it was for pawnbrokers. Probably would make sense to adjust it. Just kind of like wanting to use consistent language, for example, with department heads, because we refer to them as department heads or senior staff, and I'm like, that can get confusing. The other thought that I had too was, I don't remember, because part of the discussion was officers looking and saying, well, the Lander code has this, we don't have this, would this help? And looking at it and then saying it could help. I seem to remember being unable to rouse was one of the ones that they had, maybe in the Lander code. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's look. Much easier to look these up online than it used to be.
So if they're unable to take care of themselves and they don't have a fine and don't do community service, I have a problem that we just take them to the hospital when they're that. So does it, after the first offense, the second offense, the third offense, they don't have any fines or anything?
I think it'd be at the discretion of the officers. Are you saying basically if there was an arrest that occurred because of public intoxication, your concern would be that they could just be taken to the hospital repeatedly and wouldn't ever get charged?
Well, I don't know that the hospital is the place that we want to deal with the issue of public intoxication and the drugs and alcohol. I mean, they don't really have the staff and training to deal with that repeatedly any more than,
Right. Well, I think the idea behind it, and the chief could answer this better than I could probably. The idea behind it, for example, we have folks that will get arrested for public intox, and because they're, detained, they would be brought to the hospital. Usually before they can be brought to the jail, they'd have to be cleared at the hospital, medically cleared, before the jail would take them. And that process could sometimes take a while. I know folks that have been in the jail and they've been detained for more than a day even. And so that creates a little bit of a difficulty. Once they're arrested and they take them to the jail, it would put on the police department an obligation to stay there with them while they're at the hospital. so that then they could take them into custody to bring them to the jail. I think this is basically giving the officers the ability to say, well, because of the situation we're in right now, we could say we're done, or we could give them a citation that they would have to come back in and answer to the citation later.
Yeah.
I don't know, Chief, can you tell me a little bit of the thought process?
So most agencies have alternatives. So right now you're going to jail. And if you've come across somebody that, you can't wake up, they're so intoxicated, they're barely breathing, yes, we're going to take them to the hospital. And, whether when they get there, they get their stomach pumped and everything else, and they're there for 2 or 3 days. This just makes it cleaner so the officers can go, yes, they were turned over to the hospital. We can still issue a summons, or we can just, maybe it's somebody that's passing through and we really want this person to hang around for a couple of weeks waiting for court while they're on their way to wherever, another state. It just gives the officer the chance to use their discretion on how they want to, if they want to charge this person through the local municipal court.
Did that answer the question, or do you still have more questions about it?
I'm just seeing the healthcare systems that they're overrun as much as the jails are. The expense of taking care of them there for 2 weeks is more than, just for them to have no consequences. And when you look at our weekly reports, it's their blood alcohol content so high, or they're on other substances, and it's like, what's gonna, have no citations, no anything. They just repeatedly do it. So our officers are going out again and again and again.
Right.
So, why bother sending them?
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I guess the point more so is that it just gives the officers discretion to decide that. For example, and to be frank, I guess, as it stands, officers would have discretion to arrest or not. That's what we hire them for.
And don't they do that anyway?
That's correct. And so to a certain extent, this turns almost into the same thing that we were talking about with the city administrator ordinance, right? Where it's like already the officers have that discretion. And so I suppose the only difference is once an arrest is made, if something happens to where there's a medical need or a medical emergency, being able to get that addressed. And I agree. I don't think what you're seeing, for example, none of our officers go and just drop off drunk people at the hospital. That never happens. What you might see happen is if they're arresting someone and they're getting ready to take them to jail, and then there's a medical emergency, and then they're taking them to the hospital.
Your Honor, because the police department's not really equipped to administer medical attention to somebody that's in the advanced stages of under the influence.
Correct. And that's part of the discussion we've had with social detox versus medical detox. That's where, for example, when we had the VOA taking folks to detox them, it was social detox, the idea being this is someone that's not, there's no DTing, there's no some of these more serious things that you're seeing as a result of intoxication. You're seeing someone who's pretty just needing to sleep it off. So no matter what, you're going to have to take somebody to the hospital if they're DTing, generally speaking. Although I will say DTs are pretty, I guess the jail deals with people who DTs pretty frequently. It just depends on how bad it is.
Your Honor, I think it may be helpful to just clarify that what we're talking about is not prescriptive. It simply states that an officer or peace officer may follow these courses of action. I think it's important to note that this ordinance maintains the fact that it is illegal. to be publicly intoxicated. I think this ordinance does strengthen what we currently have because it also states that it's illegal for someone to do that on the property of another without their consent. So I see that we're strengthening what we currently have and then providing the examples. That was something that our officers felt that would benefit them. As we look at these options in paragraph C, these are items that the officer may pursue with the discretion that we afford our police officers. And they do have to exercise discretion quite a bit throughout the course of their duty. And as it's mentioned, they currently exercise discretion under these provisions. This just allows it to be established in our municipal code, but it's not prescriptive. So if an officer comes upon a situation or someone that is frequently intoxicated, it's not prescribed that they follow these options. They may arrest them and handle them as they see fit. So I think it's just important to clarify that this provides and codifies the discretion we already grant our officers because of their training. But it does not prescribe that they take them to the hospital.
Your Honor, I could go off on a tangent. I agree with this. The problem I have is the repeat offenders over and over and over again. You see them passed out in the park. Maybe this isn't the right conversation for right now, but I think it needs to be addressed. I think we need to have some teeth into it. 40 hours of community service, that's okay. But what happens when you repeat again and you repeat again? I think we need to look into that, make it uncomfortable and tough to be drunk in the city of Riverton and get away with it.
And I agree. I will tell you, I guess, for one thing, I would think it would be a good idea for any member of the city council at some point, kind of like we had talked about the possibility of doing a ride-along with the officers. I would suggest you go to the city court. I mean, they deal with multiple individuals there. I will tell you, Judge McKee regularly balances those things. And, if she's doing what we like, great. If we wanted to have a different judge, great. I mean, but being able to see what she's doing, regularly she will have folks that will go into jail for lengthier periods of time. I mean, and that's something that we frequently also will have in the reports that we get from the municipal court. So that does happen. It used to be, for example, that public intoxication was just punishable by a fine only. And then we adjusted it so that we could do incarceration up to 6 months, which I think was a good idea. It also gave the possibility of probation. I think it was responsive to that need, and the judge has taken advantage of it. I agree, the repeat offenses are frustrating. When all the officers can do, when the only thing that the person is doing is a violation of city ordinance, which is being publicly intoxicated, it makes it very difficult to kind of figure out. There's nothing else to do except for arrest them and get them in jail and have them be there for a period of time. Judge McKee regularly will do that. I mean, Mr. Sollers will regularly recommend that for the right people. I know that she just had folks in there, I think 3 people, and then had the staff directed to try to get them into a treatment center. So the problem is there's only so much you can do. But I agree that, I mean, heck, we have it where people, even sometimes the first time they're getting a jail sentence. I think the idea is just having different options available.
So who would oversee the community service if that was, or is that happening now, or they haven't?
No, actually, Judge McKee has not done that, has not ordered community service in the past. That's part of the idea with this, would be saying specifically that's a tool that she has available.
And who would oversee that is what I'm asking. If someone came in and you gave them community service, who's responsible for supervising that? Or
yeah, that's a good
Careful
point.
what you ask for.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the reason why Judge McKee hasn't ordered it. I mean, to a certain extent, this might be giving her a tool that she's not going to be able to take advantage of, because it's like, okay, well, now how do you do it? Her complaint has in the past been, if they were to get injured or something like that while doing community service, her concern has been liability. If this were something that the community service, though, were like they used to do, for example, with folks when they were intoxicated, to be like, well, come out and wash off the police cars, kind of as a little bit of some restorative justice and under the supervision of the police officers, that might be something that could be possible, but I don't know. Part of the thing is really whenever you're setting an ordinance, you're basically giving the tools to the judge and to the prosecutor, and then they're going to kind of decide where to use them. The only way you can kind of change that is if you said like there's a mandatory minimum. You could specifically have that in code and say, okay, for a fifth offense in whatever period of time, there's a mandatory minimum of 30 days in jail or something like that. You can do that. I think generally speaking already that's being done, but
I wonder if the city maybe could work with IPR or somebody like that.
Sure.
If they might be willing to maybe take that on.
Your Honor? Your Honor, I think currently the only option that's established to the court is community service sent to pause, cleaning kennels, that type of stuff. So, like I said, as we open the ordinance up, we want to include language so as other organizations may be interested in establishing a community service program, we can send somebody to work.
We need a weeds community service program.
yeah, that could be a good way to do it.
And the snow shoveling.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And in the past, we've tried to move ordinance so that if they had X number of public intoxes within a certain period of time, it would escalate. But we immediately got threatened to be sued by the ACLU.
Oh,
You
with
know,
the habitual intoxication.
With the habitual intoxication that we tried before. So again, we sort of tried to get it to where we could escalate that, which is, I think, for the most part, most people agree with. Because, yeah, this revolving door of public intoxication by the same 20, 50, whatever amount of people it is unsettling. But we're got one hand tied behind her back all the time, so.
And it used to be.
Well, we could still escalate it and say it's based on your blood alcohol content.
Oh, man. We have a lot of ones that are over 0.4 pretty regular.
Your Honor?
I'm talking about the ones that are 2.3 point.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so the consensus for officers is we're basically copying another city's ordinance, almost word for word, and this will give the officers more teeth,
More
more
options.
ability to take care of a problem.
I like the idea, especially of the property of another without the consent of the owner. That makes sense. Somebody calls the police and says, hey, this guy's passed out there, he shouldn't be. Rather than what we might normally do, which is to say, do you not want him here? And then they say, yes, we don't want him here. Then the officer goes up and talks to him and says, hey, they don't want you here, get up and go. If the person gets up and goes, theoretically, there's no charge.
Right.
With the way that it is now, this adjustment would allow there to be a charge the moment that they call the police. They say, hey, this guy's passed out in my yard. Police go up to him, observe that he's publicly intoxicated. The owner says, I don't want him there. They can arrest him at that point rather than having to say, hey,
Move on down the road.
move along.
Yeah.
Right. And this would go for any place that's not, a closed business. Somebody's blocking their doors, sleep in somebody's yard. Just that the current section only says it has to be in a public place. And it would just give the officers more options.
Well, and then it was turning into a weird thing too, because then they'd say, get up and go. And then when they'd get up and go, then because the officer told them to leave, they would go to a public place. And then you get to this situation where you're going on the sidewalk, right? Then the officer can say, well, now you've gone to a public place, so now I can arrest you. Yeah, but then at that point, the officer told them to go to the public place, and then it's like, okay, now is this entrapment? And I like the idea of being able to adjust that. It makes a lot of sense to me, and it recognizes the rights of property owners, right? I don't want someone drunk on my property.
Well, you've got to remember, this is August. January rolls around, and you might save a life.
True.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, any other discussion on this, or have we kind of
Beat it to death.
beat it to death? Anything else, Councilwoman Salisbury?
No, I like it having the private property too, so they can do something immediately. I think that's what our town's been asking for a while.
I agree. And we've also had some feedback. I've heard constituents talking about the possibility of community service. We'll have to see. I mean, that might be something we'll have to look into more, how and when and who and all of that. But having to have that bit of restorative justice, I think. I liked the idea of washing the police cars. It makes sense, especially if you threw up in it. Okay. All in favor of passage of ordinance 24004 on first reading, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. Motion passes. Oh, man. We still got a lot to go. Public hearing and consideration of ordinance 24005, first reading, municipal parking lot regulations. Mr. Butterfield's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for staying late. We're getting a lot done tonight. I appreciate it. What we're doing with this ordinance is we're creating a new chapter within the city code. This would be municipal parking lots under Title 10, Vehicles and Traffic. A lot of this is in response to community stakeholders, the downtown group in particular, and then you as a city council, who have noticed a need to address the downtown parking lot. As there's been discussion about making physical improvements to the downtown parking lot and then also adding maybe surveillance, there was a realization that we currently do not have an ordinance or policy, rules and regulations that dictate behavior or restricts behavior in the downtown parking lot. What staff is proposing is something greater or more encompassing than just the downtown lot. This new chapter addresses all municipal parking lots. There are a few provisions in here to be made aware of. In general, it makes it unlawful to park a vehicle or trailer in a municipal parking lot that is inoperable or not appropriately registered. So an abandoned vehicle or a vehicle that legally shouldn't be on the road. It also states that it's unlawful to utilize a vehicle or trailer as a temporary or permanent living quarter. So someone could not, whether in a vehicle or a camper or an RV, utilize a municipal space for their living quarters. It also states that no trailer can be unhitched from the vehicle that is intended for its haul, and they can't do that on any municipal parking lot. There's also a provision that restricts overnight parking with some exceptions, and we'll get into that. But other than the exceptions that we'll talk about, it restricts vehicles from being parked in municipal parking lots from 2:30 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. The violations of this new chapter would constitute a misdemeanor that is consistent with what we have currently in our municipal code. It also empowers and gives authorization to the city of Riverton to immobilize, tow, or impound vehicles that are in violation. Getting back to the exceptions to the overnight parking, it would be exempted for people parking at Central Wyoming Regional Airport. Obviously, those that are traveling, they need to park overnight at the terminal. It also exempts parking lots associated with city parks or recreation facilities. The reason for that is our current municipal code restricts the hours of the parks from sunrise and sunset. So this ordinance does not conflict with that, where someone at City Park could legally park there at 1 a.m., but be in violation also of the hours of the park. So the exception or the exemption is to make City Park and the other city parks and recreation facilities along with their current hours of operation. It also exempts city personnel and city vehicles, and maybe more specifically, city personnel that park at City Hall. We don't want to make it illegal for our officers or dispatchers who are working the night shift from parking their vehicle when they come to work. The question of overnight parking is something that you as a council should be particularly aware of. When you look at the downtown parking lot, if by this ordinance we make it illegal to park overnight, you are then making it illegal for businesses who utilize that parking lot to park their vehicles there. You're also making it illegal for tenants of apartments that are adjacent to that parking lot to park there overnight. Therefore, what's proposed in the ordinance is that persons or businesses could be permitted to park in the municipal parking lots. We don't establish the policy that would govern this by the ordinance. That would come later. But what's being established in the proposed ordinance is that if the city council made it illegal to park overnight, that it would also provide the ability to permit individuals that may need to park there overnight. As you consider this ordinance, I think it's important to look at the overall outcome that you're seeking from this proposal. If it's to restrict certain activities or certain vehicles, you could probably do so without restricting overnight parking. If you do choose to restrict the overnight parking, just be aware that you would also have to bring in some program that would allow for people who currently utilize the municipal parking lot for overnight purposes. Prior to the meeting, I had a chance to speak with a few people of the Teton apartments, the Teton Hotel. They estimate that there's anywhere from 12 to 20 vehicles that could utilize the downtown parking lot as their primary parking area, since their place of residence is directly adjacent. I'm also aware of several businesses that utilize that parking lot 24/7, whether it be through a box truck or a trailer. I also had a chance to speak with the Downtowners group, and they were appreciative of this initiative moving forward, and I know that they will be able to provide comment and feedback as this ordinance moves forward. It should be noted that, and this has been communicated to you, that our attorney, Rick Sollers, cautions you about a permitting program, and to be aware that once you initiate that program, you could be liable for arbitrary and capricious application of that permitting program. You have to be aware that if you permit one box truck, you should permit all box trucks that would be of a similar type or similar use. And so that's just something to be aware of, that the attorney does caution you that should you make it illegal to park overnight and then institute a permitting program, you do have the potential of creating a program that may make you liable for inequitable application of that program. For that, Your Honor, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey.
Go ahead.
Administrative Services Director, Ms. Harris, could you please read Ordinance 24005 by title only?
Yes, Your Honor. To that page. Proposed ordinance number 24-005, an ordinance amending Title 10, Vehicles and Traffic, to create Chapter 10.18, Municipal Parking Lots, and providing for an effective date.
I'd entertain a motion to open the public hearing regarding ordinance number 24005.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Paranto with the motion. Councilwoman Borders with the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion passes. I declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak about ordinance 24005? Everybody. Feel free to come on up.
Yeah.
Mayor, Council, Karen Johnson. In regards to Mr. Sollers' concerns regarding the parking lot, would it be maybe an option to section that off? So like residential parking versus box truck parking or whatever, just section the parking lot off so that it's labeled where they can or cannot park versus the public parking area.
That's, yes, and we actually talked about that a little bit. There's nothing in the ordinance that would restrict that. I think it could be a wise way to go where you'd say, okay, we know how many vehicles that they would likely want to have that would be permit parking for residents there, for folks that own businesses there, and the adjoining properties, which was a bit of a sore subject when we were talking about it before. And then so you could say how many of those are permit parking areas, and then say, okay, permit parking needs to be parked here. You can do that.
The other half, I just didn't know if that would be an option to alleviate what Mr. Sellers' concerns were.
And I think the concern more so was, okay, you know, let's say we have somebody that wants to park here, a permit starts to look, you get into some technicalities when you're talking about a permit versus a license and that kind of thing. And it's like, okay, we have this vehicle that wants to park here. They want to have a permit to park here. If we allow that, then there might be, you could end up having more parking there than we do now, right? Where like everybody that's in the area around would be like all of a sudden, oh, I get to have an assigned spot. I want to have a permit, so I want to park here. And then you could get to a point where you could all of a sudden be losing public parking areas. So I think that's part of the concern.
Or something even similar to like what the high school does. It just says this is faculty parking, this is student parking, something along those lines.
Yeah.
All right.
And that, I would say, I guess, Ms. Johnson, is in terms of 10.18.010, that the city administrator would have the authority to designate and post prohibitions, limitations, regulations, and exceptions. But that is a good idea.
Or perhaps put something into the ordinance that reads just removes urban camping.
Right.
Or something of that sort.
Right, and I think we do, and that's a good call too, because we're kind of, this ordinance, part of what I like about it is it's really trying to do a lot. Trying to say, well, you can't be parked from 2:30 to 5:30, which is the easiest way to enforce it. If an officer went up to a vehicle and said, well, you're parking here overnight, that's illegal, all the person could theoretically say is, I'm not parking here overnight. I just came and parked here for a minute, and then I was going to leave. Well, how do you prove that the intention was to park there overnight? That's why, to make it easier to enforce, was the idea of that 2:30 to 5:30. But then also still having written in there, you also can't park there overnight. You can't be using your vehicle to camp out in these areas.
Posted.
Right.
Posted.
And that's easy enough to do too. Yeah.
Enforcing is the challenge, not posting.
And that's a good point too. But yeah, posting it and then proving it, that's where it gets a little difficult.
Yeah, I just think a lot of times when you have things posted, people tend to look at that and see like, oh, you can't park there. We got to go somewhere else, or it's reserved. It's just like handicap parking. If you see there's a handicap sticker there, there's a handicap sign, and you're not handicapped, you're less likely to park there. Not saying that it doesn't happen, because it does, but the visibility of saying, no, you can't do that.
Right.
Helps a lot too.
Right, and that's a good point, especially with the ease of saying 2:30 to 5:30, for example.
Correct.
Gives you enough time for people to get back from the bar, have a minute to visit, and then go home.
Perfect.
With the designated driver.
You already can't, we just passed an ordinance that says you can't even be in your car if you're intoxicated.
Oh, Your Honor. I'm Tracy Cooper again. I'm the president of the Downtowners, and I'm really sorry I started this project. It's been.
We're not.
So this is how this whole thing started and why we're here supporting this. So the parking lot, in case you guys don't know, is right behind Acme Theater. And it's kind of been ignored for the last few years. And now we have the drug dealers that have moved in. We have three vehicles right now that people are actually living in. The lady that was up here earlier when she was talking about the parking lot her vehicle has been broken into. She's not the only one. There's a lot of vehicles. There's a lot of damage going on. I was very surprised when I decided that I was going to take this parking lot back for my term as president, that we didn't have an ordinance for people that aren't allowed to live in their vehicles. That was, yeah. So we've talked about signs. We've talked about everything. And we're just trying to get everybody on the same board and working. These guys are getting tired of me already. But yeah, we're still going to clean it up. We're still going to put lights up there. Keep going like this, Brian. Thank you. And we're still going to do security cameras. And we will just do it around the abandoned vehicles and the people live there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I like the 5. Oh, can I talk now?
Oh, you can. I guess
Oh.
we're in public hearing.
Still public.
Gotcha.
Hi, Ted McCool. Does this ordinance also apply to not just that parking lot, but like off-street parking that's been painted by the city? That has abandoned vehicles sitting in it now?
No, this would be just for the public, for the city parking lots. So that would be the ones that are in the parks. That would be City Hall. That would be the public parking over there. So that would be it.
All right, and does this ordinance address anything other than vehicles inside that parking lot? So washers, dryers, refrigerators?
No, I don't think we have anything in particular
Boxes.
about that.
Trash?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
if you don't mind, I can answer that question.
Please.
While it is public comment. No, this ordinance does not specifically address that. However, there are other
Ordinance
ordinances
that does.
that can
Right.
address
Okay.
debris, trash, and other items like
All
that.
right. Does this ordinance address the RV vehicles that are left there at that parking lot? Because I know that you ran through that pretty fast. So if they're unhitched, they're not allowed to be parked there, correct?
You can answer. Go ahead.
Your Honor, yes, this does address those types of vehicles. It wouldn't make it illegal for someone to pull into any municipal parking lot in a camper.
Yeah.
However, they could not stay there overnight, nor could they unhitch, nor could they utilize the municipal parking space as any type of domicile, whether permanent, living quarter.
Yeah, I understood that, yeah.
So I think to answer your question, let's utilize the city park, for example, or City Hall, or even the Saban complex. Someone could pull into that complex with a camper or an RV.
Right.
But it could only be for that purpose during the day. They couldn't be utilizing it as their living quarters, and they couldn't unhitch and just leave it
Right.
there.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak? All right.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Bailey, second by Councilman Pronto. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion passes. I declare the public hearing closed. I would entertain a motion to adopt ordinance 24005 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Bailey, Councilman Pronto with the first and the second. Discussion.
Your Honor.
Mr. Bailey.
So my question probably to Kyle. So these restrictions that we're saying we're going to put on these parking lots, what are the restrictions that are on the public parking on public streets? How would those two vary from each other? So right now, somebody could pull up in front of one of our houses and park in the sidewalk, and there's nothing you can do about it because it's open public parking. Do we also have a restriction on them not staying overnight, unhooking a trailer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Your Honor, I can begin to address that, but I'd also like to bring our Community Development Director into this conversation because I know he addresses a lot of these ordinances and codes. Again, this ordinance is very separate from street parking.
Mm-hmm.
There are ordinances existing currently regarding street parking and how long you can have a vehicle parked on the side of a street before it has to be moved. If the vehicle is abandoned or inoperable, we already have ordinances against that. And we do have municipal ordinance and language as it relates to people utilizing the public street to live in their camper. There is a caveat, and I'm speaking at a very high level. We'll need to look at the language specifically, but we have an ability to allow people to come visit family and stay in their camper on the street in front of the family they're visiting, but it's for a very prescribed amount of time. That's currently set in the ordinance. And with that, I defer to Mr. Miller if he'd like to add any clarification.
Anything to add, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, there's quite a bit to add. Just because we're kind of, I believe 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, we started when we were talking about zoning regulations. We always get brought up into parking. And one of the last conversations we had, the Planning Commission was taxed by the City Council to look at parking regulations in the city. The Planning Commission did meet on that, did create a parking subcommittee, and that parking subcommittee did work on, it did an extremely large amount of work for a Planning Commission subcommittee, which is quite rare, really, the amount of work that they put into it. And they're this week, Thursday at 5:30, if you'd like to stop by and review what some proposals are going to be for public parking regulations. We'll be presenting those at the Planning Commission from that parking committee to the Planning Commission. This ordinance is geared directly towards property owned by the city used for parking. The public right-of-way has different rules and regulations, and those rules and regulations are being addressed in a separate chapter under potentially a separate ordinance to be brought forward to the city. As it pertains to living, we have talked about in the past living in the public right-of-way, separating those rules and regulations out as to which department has the ability to rule on that. This here just adds another link in the chain, another ability to enforce. We can enforce it in the public right-of-way. Now we can enforce it in public parking lots owned by the city. And as we go through each of those ordinances and identify each of those issues, we have the ability to back that up and refute that. It's really important that we do that individually. Can't broadcast that under one ordinance under multiple different jurisdictions, so we work each one individually. But that's kind of where I stand on that.
So I guess that was one of the things that popped in my head when we were talking about this, is I think we need to look at this overall so we have some consistency. You know, one way of looking at it is, well, if it's fair for me to have my mother-in-law park in front of my house for a week while she visits, what's the difference between that and parking in a city parking lot? It's not a lot difference. And then you throw in private parking lots. I have some, Karen has one. So if all of a sudden we keep them from doing it in public, then they're going to be doing it in private parking lots, pulling in the middle of the night and leaving their trash, and off they go in the morning, or maybe they don't, you know. So to me, we need to look broader than just the public parking lot part, is I guess where I'm getting at. And I think this is a very good start. I think the permitting thing can get weird too. I think maybe we try just starting off with restricting what's available, you know, can be done on a public parking lot, and see how that goes. You know, I don't know that it's fair to the rest of the taxpayers that it's there for public parking and we let private businesses park their vehicles there. And I know, for example, there's businesses that are right next to that parking lot, but, you know, Dean's a block away, so is it okay for him to park 2 of his vehicles on that parking lot? Or should he park them behind his business on his own property? Or can, you know, me from South Federal come up and park some of my vehicles on that lot because I don't have enough room? Well, where do you stop? And I get it that the Teton residents are right next door to them, but then being sort of a stickler, I guess, then Teton needs to buy some property to put parking for their tenants on. If I was gonna go to Mike and build a fourplex, he would make sure I put enough parking spaces for my tenants to park on off-street. Well, we're broadening the rules so that the people in downtown can park on a public parking lot and not have their own, but the people that aren't downtown in a public area have to pay for their own parking spots.
And I think
I don't want to confuse the issue, but I mean, it's broader than what we're talking about.
Your Honor, can I add something?
Sure.
As someone who does park one of his vehicles in the city parking, part of the problem that we run into downtown is a dearth of parking. Can't park on Main Street. So, and business owners and their employees, well, during the day, they typically try to avoid parking on the street. And where I just have front street and not really any space behind, a lot of businesses on Main Street don't have any room behind their business because that's the alley. Can't park in the alley. So it's a problem, and I don't think that there's an easy fix. Permitting, it's like, well, you park cars up at the airport on a city lot, but you pay for that in part of your lease, and that's part of the MOU.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a reasonable avenue for business owners to pay for the ability to park there. If somebody wants to pay to park there, they can. I don't know, that's something we haven't discussed.
They did. Originally, the surrounding businesses paid and were requested, and that's paid, and that's in the records. Look, in 2013, there was, and that was, that's when the lumber store guy came in.
District, right?
Yeah, and they were all up in arms about it, but there was no downtowners that would carry the load. But now, you know, my tenants have off-street parking.
Right.
So
You have your own parking lot.
I don't know what the condition is on the hotel, but if I own a residential residence, I have to provide by his rules so much off-street parking. That's the way it is. And we have squinged that so we could get more building, less parking restrictions. But, you know, I don't know. If you look at the history, if the Teton Courts has ever had, Teton Hotel has ever had rights in that public parking.
They bought some of
Your Honor.
in the old.
I don't know that.
Then they park on the side streets.
Councilwoman Salisbury.
I think the problem is there's people living there, living in their vehicles, causing problems that need to have an ordinance that tows them off if they're staying the night there, which it seems obvious by the people who are working and living there that they're living in their vehicles.
Yep.
And that's the issue that they're trying to address. So
And I guess
you're not allowed to live in your vehicle on public streets, public parking, or you'll get towed.
some of the discussion with the 2:30 to 5:30 was the ease of enforcement. Was saying we want to make it so that we have this time period where we can say that you wouldn't normally have a vehicle there. You could simplify this and kind of address some of that by just getting rid of that portion, getting rid of the whole idea of permitting and just saying you can't be staying overnight in the parking lot.
That's in there.
And we already have that. So, I mean, theoretically, and by the way, Mr. Butterfield did very well at this in terms of kind of separating out the ideas, which is the whole idea whenever you do an ordinance is you're trying to put all the like ideas together. You could theoretically remove all of section 10.18.030, and you could say, you'd have to still keep that subsection B, you'd have to put that elsewhere and say that if there's a vehicle that's in violation, that it could be towed or use a device. And you could still just keep the language in terms of staying there overnight. If you do that, and we can get the video like we're wanting to do, and the lighting like we're wanting to do, enforcement does become easier Because it's easy to say somebody's staying in their vehicle overnight if you have video evidence of them going into their vehicle and then not leaving until the morning. That's pretty good evidence that would suggest they're staying in their vehicle overnight.
Well, and there's a difference with someone drinking and leaving their car overnight at the bar if they don't have a DD than someone who has the same car in the same place day after day, night after night.
That's true. And that's a very good point about not having a DD and so you get a taxi. I actually think that's one of the better points we've brought up. Somebody tries to do the right thing and leave their vehicle there, and then in the morning we give them a citation because they were there parked 2:30 to 5:30 and did the right thing and got a ride. So and this is where I think Mr. Butterfield's point really comes into play. What is the evil, or what is the problem we're trying to find a solution to? And I almost think if we overcomplicate it, that doesn't help. But we can just keep what he has for the general prohibitions and say, in addition to any specific regulations, so he still has the delegation of authority to make regulations, such as, you know, this is an area where you can only park if you're people that are living in the Teton Sertoma. I mean, that'd be easy. We just say this is reserved for residents. Something like that. I'm not saying we have to. And it specifically says that you can't use it as a temporary or permanent living quarters. It also says you're not supposed to have unhitched vehicles there. We could simplify this by just keeping that, getting rid of 10.18.030, and pulling that B of 10.18.030 and making that a new D on 10.18.020. Saying that if somebody's in violation, that they could be towed, they could be booted, whatever.
That makes sense.
It would get rid of the complaint, I guess, or the worry about the permitting. It would still have that possibility of staying there overnight.
Removes the abandoned vehicles or inoperable vehicles.
I think that's the core of what we're trying to do, is keep people from living there and abandoning vehicles in the parking lot. You know, if, again, the guy ties one on and leaves his car there and comes and gets it tomorrow, I don't think we care. That's better than the alternative.
What I really like is we have a good council here that's looking at that and is able to come up with those ideas despite the fact that it's 11 o'clock and we've been at this for 4 hours.
Longer, really.
So we just need to tow them or boot them if they're living there, so they're not causing problems.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious when they are or when they're not.
And if we are talking about being able to have video there to ensure the safety of the community, ensure being able to prosecute when people are getting vehicles broken into, that sort of thing, I think we're addressing the problems without overcomplicating it. It does make it harder to enforce, but if we really are committed, and we have to be committed as a council to this and saying, okay, we want to get cameras there, we're going to make sure that that happens, then it's easy enough to enforce.
Your Honor, so what if we sectioned off part of it for the residents of Teton, because they're senior citizens? We don't want them parking 2 or 3 blocks away and having to walk to their apartment.
Right.
So why don't we section off a place for them to park and maybe work with their management so we could know what vehicles are there, whether it's by permit or something, so at least we know the vehicles that live there, so we know who they are.
Well, that's something that the management could handle. Then we're not having to handle their permitting process. They can be saying, and they can enforce it.
That still might be more arduous than what you're pointing out.
That's challenging.
I mean,
And what if they have family that come and stay with them, then they have to get a permit?
Sorry, Councilwoman Salisbury, it's so hard when people aren't here, and you probably couldn't hear Councilman Paranto. Go ahead, sir.
I was saying that I favor keeping it simple. We can always make a change to it if it becomes an issue. But I think addressing the primary problems now with this ordinance makes the most sense. If you need the subsequent date institute some sort of permitting or some sort of sectioning or whatever, we can address that then. But I think trying to knock out a whole bunch of different issues that may or may not exist doesn't make sense. Let's address those issues that we do know we have and try to make accommodations for those.
Well, and I think we've got it right there with 10.18.010. Again, Dean, keep it simple, stupid, pronto.
Not sure I like the way you put that, but
Yeah, I guess
we'll go with that.
sounds pretty wrong, probably. If we want to amend it, I'd have to have a motion in that regard. If there is a proposal to amend it, as we've discussed with the removing,
Your Honor, I'll make the motion to amend it with what you outlined, minus section, what was it, B?
right, moving section B up to 10.18.030 as D. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that clear? Mrs. Harris?
Yeah.
So we've got a motion by Councilman Pronto for that amendment. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Bailey. I guess we don't necessarily have to have a motion in terms of the numbering, but the numbering would follow that so that there would be penalties and enforcement would be 10.18.030. All right, we have a motion to amend, second by Councilman Bailey. Any other discussion on the amendment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. We are back to the main motion. Any other discussion on the main motion? You guys are a lot sharper at 11 o'clock than I usually am.
Usually sleep.
Your Honor, we'll call for the question.
Humor goes downhill dramatically after 11, though.
All in favor of passage of ordinance 24005 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. I vote aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around so long. I think we're going to set a record tonight.
See what you're getting yourself into?
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I have a question for Mike. What kind of timing do you think before Planning Commission has the other parking stuff before us? I mean, we talking a month or two? Or 6 months?
Potentially the next city council meeting.
Okay,
Council.
all right.
I've got to, once I'm done with planning commission, I've got to run language past Mr. Sollers and past Mr. Butterfield and present it to council. And I'm prepared to do that at the next council meeting.
Okay.
To start the first reading for that ordinance, unless there's a hiccup with Mr. Sollers and some legal language
Right.
on there.
Yeah, well, I think that may help us with how we look at this too.
Ordinance 24006.
Are we gonna hold a spot for him?
Just saying. All right. Kroger opioid settlement agreement. Well, actually, that was clear enough. You had both indicated motion was clear enough. I guess we've already passed it, but any thoughts for second reading, or did that kind of fit what you were thinking, Mr. Butterfield?
Your Honor, I think we're moving in the right direction. I appreciate the feedback, and it's very important, as you have done, to focus on the primary problem you're wanting to solve. We'll amend it, move it forward, and even to the point of some of our public comment, and Mr. McCool, with the authority that you would be granting me by this ordinance, we could post a sign that restricts even campers or RVs just in general in the downtown lot, and take it one step further if that's something we want to entertain. But I believe we're moving in the right direction. And we
Can I
appreciate it.
comment on that?
Yeah.
You know, as someone who travels quite a bit with an RV, having a city lot that's accessible to do business in town or eat at establishments is really important. And it's incredibly hard to find parking for something that's 30 feet long or whatever. So having a city parking lot accessible for downtown businesses, I think we shouldn't restrict that during the day, I mean, or for events or whatever, but obviously at night. But I think it is important to have parking and public parking like that usable to the traveling public.
Very good.
I mean, just my 2 cents as someone, I run into that all the time. There are communities that I've come across between here and wherever that there is just no place in town to park. So you know what you do? You don't, and you keep going to the next town, and then they don't get your dollars.
Yeah, well, and you look and see how many pickups with horse trailers, pickups with campers, you know, if we want that business downtown, we got to make a way for them to park, because there's no place on Main that you can park.
Yeah, or even the side streets.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's been the point with Mr. Butterfield saying, we don't want to have you dropping the trailers. We have had many people that will come into City Hall, they'll park briefly, I mean, they've either got to switch vehicles, whatever it is, they'll park briefly, they don't drop the trailer, and they're off, they're doing whatever they need to do.
Yep.
And I think that's wise to be saying, we want to have restrictions that make sense, but also not, I think you make a good point. If we just said, no RVs at all, I can understand as a person coming through, which we have plenty of people that do. I mean, I was at City Park the other day and ran into a family of like 5 kids, as in 5 adult kids, and all of their kids and the parents. So we're talking like multiple vehicles heading towards Yellowstone. And they were staying over the Hampton Inn with all of their kids. They came and played at City Park, loved it. They were having a great time. And I was like, wow, I mean, what a great thing to be able to do. And I agree with you. 2 of them were in campers.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Very good. Thank you. We appreciate that feedback.
All right.
Your Honor, one quick question, and Mike alluded to it. We don't have any ordinance that prevents camping on private-ish property, right? I'm thinking like the library. I know we do over a period of time, but we have people that like to roam around and camp out the library or in the church parking lots that are available. I think that's almost as big of a problem. I think that's what you're getting at, Mike.
Yeah, and if you push them from the public parking lots, you're going to push them to the public parking, and then if you can't go there, then they go to the private parking, and then we all have to deal with it instead of you guys all having to deal with it. So.
Well, and the point is we don't have an ordinance, but as a property owner, you do have the right to say who you want on that property. As long, and we talked about this previously, as long as your reason for it has nothing to do with the protected classes, race, religion, creed, sex, all of that stuff, then you can say, I don't want them here.
Sex on our property, so.
Yeah, please don't have.
Well, now you're
You were right, the humor has gone downhill.
You're getting way too restrictive,
I
Mike.
think we need to get done quickly before Mr. Bailey continues. Kroger opioid settlement agreement. Mr. Butterfield, please.
Keyed on, Mike.
Thank you. I can be very brief. I know you've read the packet. Essentially, the city has already opted into the opioid settlements. There's another that you can opt into. This is with Kroger. The amount that would be available to the city has not yet been determined because of the $1.2 billion that would be made available to local governments. It has to be determined by those that opt in. Essentially, you have the chance to just continue the opioid program that you're already opting into. Therefore, staff recommends that you give me signatory authority to include the Kroger company part of the opioid settlements.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you for making it easy. Councilman Bailey with the motion.
Like you said, that was the next thing out of my mouth.
Councilman Larson with the second. Any other discussion?
All for the motion.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed say nay. Motion passes. Bid award sanitation truck. Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you, Your Honor and Council. Before you tonight is a request for a bid award to Peterbilt of Wyoming for the purchase of one garbage truck. This project went to bid on June 26th. Bids were opened on July 11th. We had 2 bidders. Both were responsive. One was an out-of-state bidder. The other one, Peterbilt of Wyoming, is an in-state bidder. The out-of-state bidder by statute, let me rephrase that. In-state bidders have a 5% preference. So when we figure out the amount, we have to add the 5% to the out-of-state bidder and use that number as their bid price. In this case, Coyce Brothers out of Colorado submitted a bid for $393,710. Adding the 5% took that up to $413,395.50, which makes Peterbilt of Wyoming the new low bidder at $398,073. This is over what we budgeted However, the next bid award, should it happen, we will be saving $22,252 in that capital budget line item, so the cost, the overage on the garbage truck can be absorbed. And I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to approve the purchase of one new cab Ford refuse truck with automated side loader and blade state compactor.
So moved.
Blade
Second.
style. Councilman Pronto with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. Any discussion?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
you know, 398,000, and the out-of-state bidder is gonna have to service that if there were repairs. And I doubt the 5% would cover getting it there and back.
Point. The reason, I guess, part of the reason why the state statute exists with that. Good point. I guess to clarify the motion is to have that bid awarded to Peterbilt of Wyoming in the amount of $398,073. Is that correct?
That's what I meant.
Okay. And that was what you meant to second. Are we good? Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Bid award recycle truck. Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. This year in the budget, City Council approved a budget including $71,000 for a new recycle truck. Those bids went out on June 26th and were opened on July 12th. Both companies were responsive. We had one bidder from Fremont Chevrolet of Riverton for $51,255, and the second bidder's Fremont Dodge and Lander for $48,748.50. Our recommendation is to go with the low responsive bidder, Lander Dodge or Fremont Dodge and Lander for $48,748.50.
Entertain a motion to approve the purchase of a new 1-ton single cab four-wheel drive flatbed work truck, Fremont Dodge Lander, for the amount of $48,748.50.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Borders with the motion, Councilman Larson with the second. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Fiscal Health Report, Quarterly Administrative Services Director's Report, please.
Have to do some technical setup real quick.
Great.
You know, I like this. I think we ought to just have one meeting a month, maybe even one meeting every 2 months, just so we could just get it all out.
Pack it all in.
Just pack it
Take
in.
the day off.
Take the day off. Just-
We've had some pretty easy meetings lately, you know.
The last Tuesday nights was great.
Yeah, that's right.
I was all geared up to come down here, and I was like, oh, yeah.
My wife was kind of ready to kick me out of the house, and I was like, no, I don't have a meeting. And she's like, oh, you're going to be here.
Deal with you again?
Call the boyfriend off.
Next meeting.
That go in there somewhere?
You're going to be in election.
Probably in.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of an interesting issue, because I may not be here either.
Yeah, he's got to run all the technical stuff.
Will not be here,
Yeah.
because we're supporting Fremont County and Hot Springs.
So, well, I mean, as long as we should have
Is
a
it a
quorum.
work session? No, it's a regular.
Regular meeting.
Yeah, not next week, the week after, the 20th.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so the regular second meeting of the month.
I'm here. You're
I-
here.
I think I'm here, yeah. I think I'm here now.
You here on
Not
the
sure about then.
Okay, I think in the interest of time, I'll give the abbreviated presentation. So what you'll be seeing tonight is the final report for fiscal year 23-24, which ended in June 30th. Ended on June 30th. You've heard these quarterly throughout the year, so we're all very clear on how much the total budget was and all the details of that. So I'll just get to the good stuff. So the end of the fiscal year this year, the general fund ended, pardon me. Let me get my notes here. So at the close of the fiscal year, the general fund reflected a positive balance of $1.1 million in revenues over expenditures. Sales and use tax revenues were $334,643 over our projections. So we did very well in sales and use tax. Something to mention, when we planned our budget for fiscal year 24-25, we adjusted our projections based on what our historicals were. So we moved those up a little bit higher this year. Some notable items, revenues regarding projections, were that our property taxes came in at 10% above our projections, so we brought in an additional $45,000 there. Rocky Mountain Power franchise fees were 11% over projections, so we brought in an additional $56,000 in that category. Building and encroachment permits were up significantly this year, 69% above our budgeted projections, so we brought in an additional $63,000 in that area. And, hold on here. Wrong way. Let's see. I apologize, it's late and I'm click happy. Our parimutuel commissions, we brought in an additional $49,000 in that revenue line item that we did not anticipate. Our interest on investments, we budgeted particularly low on those because we don't always know what the market's going to do for us. We brought in $140,000 in interest in our investments for the general fund. We projected about $5,000, so there's where a lot of our extra money went as well. And another item that you'll notice on the revenue front, we are trending 317% above budgeted miscellaneous revenue. And a lot of that has to do with the opioid settlement monies that we received this last fiscal year. We've also accounted for that in the budget this year. On the expenditure side of the budget, most of the operating cost centers range between 80 to 90% of their budget, so they saved anywhere from 10 to 20%. You'll notice that the capital outlay budget is only at 41% of its projected $3.3 million, and many of these projects were carried over into this next fiscal year. So while it looks like we made $1.1 million, we're going to spend it this year.
Spend it anyway.
We're going to spend it. So some of our major capital expenditures last year included the Willow Creek Safe Routes to School project, which we haven't made very much headway on in fiscal year 24, so we rolled that money forward. And then the ARPA grant also funded the Webwood Stormwater project. And then also we scheduled a snowplow, sander, and dump truck purchases. Additionally, the City Hall HVAC project was not completed last year. That is funded with ARPA money as well. We have grants to help cover those. Those will be taken care of this next fiscal year. Any questions on the general fund before I move on? Okay. As far as the airport fund closed with a deficit balance of $865,136. Before you get too alarmed, we had outstanding grant revenues of over $512,000, $715,000 in grant reimbursements. So these are monies that we spent last year that we have yet to receive our reimbursements on. So that $865,000 deficit isn't quite as alarming when we know that we've got grant monies that'll be coming in as well. The approved transfer for the airport budget was a transfer of cash of $512,000 to support operations, but we ended up just slightly in excess of a deficit of $100,000. So not to panic on that, those funds will still be rolling in this year. Big apron GA project that we're waiting to get paid on. The project is complete. We're just waiting for the final closeout paperwork to come through. The water fund, so the fund closed the year, boy, we budgeted the water fund tight. They closed with a positive balance of $24,074 in the water fund, and there are outstanding grant reimbursements, or were, of $97,627 in both the water and the wastewater funds. Those were related to the water the water meter replacement project. We did already receive those monies in the fiscal year of 2025. The budget was approved with a transfer of cash from $344,000. Again, we ended up with the 24,000, and then you combine our 97 in grant reimbursements, and we ended up just right about $111,000 to the positive once that money all comes in. So there were 4 items that were large for the water fund this year. Of course, the largest was the water meter replacement project, and it was a $3.5 million split between water and sewer. And then other projects were the East Adams bulk fill station, which we got that all online last year, so that's up and running. Fire hydrant repairs and valve repairs, and then also we replaced a vehicle, which was split 50-50 between the water and the sewer fund. The wastewater fund closed. Also, they had their outstanding grant reimbursement of $97,000. The fund closed with a negative balance of $82,000 in expenditures over revenues. We did approve a cash transfer of $672,000 for capital projects, and we will not be required to transfer all of that. Again, we've got large projects, and we realize that when we're getting to a new budget planning cycle that, hey, we're not going to spend this money this year. Let's roll it over into next year's budget. So we'll be using that again this year as well. In the sanitation fund, that fund closed with a deficit balance of $200,675. Part of that was largely due to the receipt of a sanitation truck that we had ordered last year. It didn't come in on time. I think we're trying to get on those a little earlier this year, but it's still supply and demand. So we also planned for our purchases of a hook truck and replacements of a 3-yard container, and then, of course, the new sanitation truck, and we did receive all of those last year as well.
I guess the extent to which the difference was in our favor last year, that went towards our reserves anyway.
It just required that we didn't transfer the money that we were planning to transfer.
Right.
Yes. Oops, sorry, I lost us.
I didn't like that you didn't update it. Wanted you to immediately hit update.
Update. I've been advised by IT not to hit that update button. They have that stuff for me.
It was updated on the TV, not on her machine.
I know.
All right, and the last fund that we have is the Air Service Fund. Of course, it's been the big discussion tonight. It's primarily serviced by the 0.5% economic development tax. At the close of the year, the Air Service Fund reflected a positive balance in revenues over expenditures by $510,000. We're still awaiting our final fourth quarter invoice from YDOT for air services, so some of that money will be absorbed by that invoice. The council also approved a cash transfer of $600,000 to assist with air service, and of course, we came out with plenty of money ahead in the Air Service Fund for the year, so no transfer will be necessary.
I guess the miscellaneous revenue was projected 0, and then actual was 105. Bank error in our favor, is that what it was?
No, that was investment income. I invested our 1% money into some interest earning investments to make our money work for us a little harder.
Instead of nothing.
Yeah.
That we were a year ago.
Good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, but that, we're clapping on it, but next year, it'll be down.
It's gonna go back, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Take advantage, make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, our financial environment that we've been in this year has been beneficial for us with our investments, but it will turn, as history always has. So, and that's all I have. I'd stand for any other questions anyone might have.
Questions?
Good job, Mia.
All right, thank you all.
for keeping it fairly concise, considering the hour, and for all your work.
Thank you. I lost my audience. I was hoping that I'd have an opportunity to.
Amazing how they just don't stay around for the interesting stuff.
I almost wonder we should do the quarterly financial fiscal report first.
You know, we might have to consider doing that.
Put the edge funding last.
Yes, keep your audience. I like
We did that to the Edge group one time.
I know we did
I
that one
remember
time.
that. And they still are frustrated about it. Okay. We'd had some discussion, but I still do think we should briefly convene into executive session for the purpose of personnel. I think we can be quick.
So moved.
Wow.
I'm
Second.
Second.
I love it. All right, we have a motion by Councilman Bailey to convene into executive session for the purpose of personnel pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164405A2 and 164405AX. Is that correct?
That works for me.
That's my,
By Councilman.
that was my second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Passes. We're convened into executive session at 11:26. This will just be the council only. To reconvene back into regular session.
Second.
Councilmember Borders with the motion, Councilmember Bailey with the second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Move to adjourn.
Regular meeting is now back in session at 11:32 PM. A motion to adjourn by Councilman Peranto. Do we have a second? Councilman Bailey, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion
Nay.
passes.
Get out of here.
Motion passes. We're adjourned at 8:33 PM.
8:33 PM?
Yes. 11. Yeah.
8:33.